Good morning, everybody. What's going on, everybody? What is going on? Hopefully, everyone's having a good Saturday morning. Oops. It's not my usual time that I go live, but I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's going on with this Idaho case. Good morning, Chrissy. What's up, Haley? What's up, Mercedes? Happy Saturday to you. What's up, Morg? Susan, how you doing? Sharon, what's going on in the UK today? I just got on 3 minutes ago, so I haven't really gone too much into anything. But guys, I've had some crazy thoughts over these alternative suspects. Thank you, Holly. Who do you guys think it's going to be while we're waiting for more people to file in here? Who do you guys think the alternate suspect's going to be? Could you imagine, Mary? Millie? I don't disagree with that. Quinn. Oh, wow. Wow. If it was Kaylee's father, that'd be nuts. I'd fall out of this chair. Now, guys, have they said it's only one, or did they say plural suspects? I've been trying to figure that out this morning. Okay, that's what I thought. Wait, information girl. Are you talking about Steve sweating? What up? Say my name. Yeah, I think it's plural too. Yeah. Man, guys. So a lot of shit is starting to come out. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, Steve is wildly, nervously blabbing in majority of interviews. What's up, Tracy Fly Empress? Yeah. So I am for Kine Renee. I upload my lives. I have been getting requests to what I go through in my lives to make them into about 20 to 30 minute videos. Do you guys, not that people don't like watching the streams, but do you guys think it would also be helpful if I just did what I present in my lives without all of the interaction? Because I've thought about that. It wouldn't take me very long to just talk through it. And that way you guys can just watch it in one sitting. Is that something you guys would like? What's up, little buddy? Okay. Yeah, that's what I think. Oh, okay. I'll still do the lives. I'll still do the lives. Yeah, maybe I'll just cut. Maybe I'll do like a quick cut of the live where it's only like the important shit. Yeah, I absolutely love the Hive Mind here. If you guys aren't subscribed to YouTube, please do that. I hate asking for people to go subscribe, but I had to get a brand new channel, so it was starting from scratch on May 1st. Yeah, highlight reel. What's up, Kara? Millie says they're alive. Shit, there's been weirder things that have happened. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. Yes, kind Renee. It's Birdie Bomb Shells or Birdie. So on TikTok, it's not plural because I think the usernames are shorter. So it's just Birdie Bombshell on TikTok, but on YouTube, it has an S at the end. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Say my name. So I also have the link in my TikTok profile. I think we're going to see 2 to 3 suspects named. I think we're going to see 2 to 3 suspects named. I believe Dylan is going to be one of them. I believe Dylan's going to have involvement in this. I don't think that Bethany did. Hence why she lawyered up. I think Bethany knew what happened, and that's why she got the hell out of Dodge. I would even argue if Bethany wasn't staying there that night. Yeah, and I'm not even fully committing to that as a theory that Bethany wasn't involved. I just think that she's been so out of the picture. To me, it almost seems that she really is trying to protect herself from being drug into something she had nothing to do with. I don't know. I think so too, Mary. You know, I got to tell you, I think Ann Taylor is a boss MF. She is great. Yes, and BK did always say that Bethany can exonerate him. Bethany fought testifying in defense of him, which is odd. Because if it's not Koberger, she's pretty much snitching on her friends. Yeah, I agree with that, Teddy. Did anybody watch the full stream of the court hearings? The YouTube name again is Birdie Bombshells. Or if you type in Birdie in all caps, it should pop up. Yeah, I agree, E-Baby. Yeah, guys, I don't want to just give only our chat credit for this because I know there's a lot of I guess what you want to say, chats that get on and they talk about what we have, but it has been unbelievable to see the progression. If you've been in my lives, just even the last 30 days, the progression on figuring stuff out has been incredible to watch in real time. Good morning to my favorite username, Chantelli Lace with the RBF. I love that username. What's up, Dina? Good morning, Just Jen. Morning. What's up, Lindsay? Yeah, Phoenix is awesome too. She has been, and just by chance, her and I, she popped up into one of my lives, and it was like, well, so say my name. Pretty much, we're going to be talking about the alternate suspects. I've been doing some research this morning, and I believe that it's going to be Dylan, and I think that it's going to be Jack Decor. Which is probably has a lot of people saying, what? Kaylee's ex. Not there's 2 Jacks. So Jack Showalter was seen at the food truck. He's hoodie guy. Jack Decor, I believe is how you say his last name. is Kaylee's ex. Yes, I am a TikTok detective. Thank you, CCV. I'm all right with that. What's up, Llama Mama? Yeah, Tracy Fly's onto it. Tracy Fly is onto it. That is exactly correct. So, do you guys remember let me zoom out. Do you guys remember this post on 4chan? So here's what I want to say. All right, we're over 10 minutes. Usually I let the lives run for about 10 minutes. It seems to help with like the algorithm not giving me like alerts or warnings. So I'll get into it. I believe that there's one of two things that have happened, and whatever way in your brain you can logically accept it, I think is something worth noting before I say this. Because I think it's one of two things, and whichever makes more sense logically in your head to wrap your head around it, it could be both. It could be either of them. So what I think we watched was there was an ongoing operation on this campus between WSU and Idaho. The ongoing operation, I think, was having to do with rugs or trafficking. And as you know, that area sits on a major highway for narcos, or it's like a narco pipeline. Now, there's been a lot of non-uniformed officials on scene. We saw what looked to be like marshals. I zoomed in. The badge was blurred out even on the news. But I believe that this operation went wrong, meaning that it was a rug hit. If it was an actual hit and these people are unalived, even though there's no footage of the bodies, nobody's ever seen pictures of the crime scene with such a high profile case, that's odd. If they are not alive, I believe that the rug hit was done because pressure was put onto people close to them to do it for their own safety, whether it be other roommates, it could be people in the Greek organization. And I think that pressure did come from the CARTEL. So that's one of the things. Now, if it didn't happen and it is WITSEC, that same operation was going on, but somebody was in danger in that house. I've done so much digging on the people in this house. I'm almost convinced that Bethany was already in WITSEC in that house. There's like no trace of her before 2015. And I believe a couple years before that, her parents, Bethany's parents, were cooperating for a human trafficking case with the feds. So that's why I think WITSEC could be a thing. The other thing that led me to believe about an operation going on was how Ann Taylor was set to defend Dylan's mom. And now Ann Taylor's defending the dude that supposedly unalived her daughter. Dylan's mom said that she found out through somebody screenshotting a Reddit post. Or I'm sorry, Xana's mom. Xana's mom. Yes. Sorry. Thank you, chat. Did I say Dylan? Yes. Xana's mom. Sorry about that. Xana's mom was set to be defended by Ann Taylor. Now Ann Taylor is defending, and actually Ann Taylor was her lawyer. I think it was for almost 3 weeks. Now she's obviously defending Brian Koberger. I want everybody to put on their half tinfoil, half thinking hat or cap. And you know what? I'm going to get my tinfoil hat. Give me 1 second. All right, much better. Okay. So, if we were to think about like a big operation going on, correct? Xana's mom's being defended by Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor then switches to defend Brian Koberger. That's like shock factor. Like, whoa, wait. Now she's going to defend the guy of her client that unalived her daughter. That's crazy. People could argue conflict of interest. Well, Xana's mom was on an interview in the car. If you've ever seen when she found out about this, she said that she found out through a Reddit post. And that same day, she's already on these giant mainstream news channels within hours. I find it very odd that she's able to even be contacted and reached that quickly. I also find it odd that Ann Taylor would do that or be allowed to do that. So that's what leads me to believe. I believe Ann Taylor was selected for this. I think that she's not just like any defense attorney. Like, she knows this system. She knows operations. She's very familiar with this type of stuff. So it leads me to believe that she was defending Xana's mom and getting all of the information from Xana's mom that she could between attorney-client privileges so that it's secretive. Then this entire thing goes down where they have to either protect the kids or they have to extract it, or they're going to have to do something to protect that operation while it's still ongoing. And that's then why I think that she signed over and didn't enforce the attorney-client privileges and then went to Brian. So she used what Xana's mom told her to help Brian. And when I say help Brian, there's going to have to be a giant story told for the public. Could you imagine if it came out that there was a federal operation involving the Sea Gang and brutal, violent people using the campus and people's college kids in the middle of it? That would be a huge scandal. I can't imagine if I had a kid in college and it came out that, the feds and the DEA, they were trying to run a sting operation against the Sea Gang, and the Sea Gang found out and unalived them. I mean, that is the cover-up, I believe. So it could be whatever way your brain can logically accept it. Either they are unalived or they were WITSEC. That is what was going on this campus. And I believe that's why they're getting all of the funding from the NIJ. I believe that's why the feds were involved and there so quickly. And I don't think that that's a stretch. I mean, guys, there's sting operations and undercover people all over the place. I mean, I would argue that we looked into, so here's something that's crazy. Here is something that's crazy. Everybody knows that Brian Koberger applied for this internship and didn't get it in the Pullman Police Department, right? The Pullman Police Department, Officer Willis, he was their Police Officer of the Year. He created something called the College Hill Beat, which I believe he uses the acronym the CHB. Okay, that's a program where essentially they're having kids come to these classes and do things that want to get into the police department. So are they essentially just kind of their little foot patrols without officially being police and then reporting back to what they hear? And they're kind of undercover without being undercover because they're a part of this program. That's what I think Brian Koberger was a part of. That's why I think Brian Koberger was probably going in between campuses and around the party scenes. I think that Brian was unknowingly selected because of that program to be the fall guy. I don't even know if they would tell Brian what's going on. I've thought through this so many times. If Brian really just thought he was in this College Hill Beat police program because he didn't get into the internship, and this was going on and they needed to frame somebody, you would probably pick somebody within your organization or somehow tied to it that you would know. Hence, maybe why they were tracking him even before these events happened. They needed to figure out who they're going to put it on. Now, he's not going to get burned. I'm telling you guys, there was something bigger going on where Brian Koberger had to be the public-facing, emotional, narrative closure valve. That's really what I think he was. He fits, that narrative is so cleanly built around him. That's not natural. That narrative is so clean about him being a loner, incel, criminology student, just transferred there, who's obsessed with serial unalivers. And it's like too perfect. It's too perfect. We've broke down the body cam footage of Brian Koberger and his police stops. He is respectful. He's clearly on the spectrum a little bit. If you've ever been around people who are high functioning autistic, he organizes things, he over explains, he asks for over clarification, and it doesn't come off rude. I didn't see one red flag. So I think that he was kind of unknowingly a part of this operation. Now, I've said this the last week on my lives, and I think it's important to note. Look what happened. Look what happened in Salem, Oregon. The leader of the Sinaloa C group was taken down in Salem, Oregon. Oops, I don't know if you guys can see that. Sorry. And you just don't get the leader of that big of a group overnight. And this was 4 or 5 days ago. This is May 6th. I mean, you got Pam Bondi and Trump talking about this and saying how big it was. Look, if that's the biggest hub, could you imagine? Do you really think that they're going to come out and say, hey, guys, the C gang has infiltrated the Greek? What the hell? I just got a warning for unproduced content. Or what? I'm showing Google, you fucks. Sorry. I get so mad about this stupid thing. I get flagged more than anybody on these lives. I'm about to crash out. I cannot stand that. It says that I'm using reproduced content when Google popped up. I make all my own notes to avoid that shit. Dude, I had a video. You want to know what's so funny? This is the first time that happened. I'll get back to what I'm saying, but let me just get this off my chest. I had a video where I was just holding my phone and I'm like, hey guys, tonight I'm going live at 7 p.m. Central, blah, 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 blah. If you're into the Idaho 4 case. Dude, the 2 or 3 videos that I've done doing that, it says viewers have reported your video. Disqualified from the FYP your feed. Like, I'm literally like, are you kidding me? I think the reason it bothers me is because I don't go at any other person that's saying something different than me. I welcome it. I'm just like shocked, especially too, if you've ever even joined the live. Like, I've given kind of the mods like loose rules, like use your judgment. Are they trolling or they're not? I don't care if they disagree. It's just so, oh my God. And some of the comments and shit that I've gotten, I'll get off this little soapbox, but dude, people are effed up saying like, wishing my wife and I were in that house and stuff. And I'm like, all I'm doing is saying like, guys, I don't think that the truth is being told to us. That's it. I see some of these creators post the most low quality, weird little rambles. And next thing you know, within a day, it's got 80,000 likes. How is that even possible? How is that even possible? You didn't do anything. You didn't even say anything. And I don't care about the likes or that. It's just like, it's frustrating because it's like, I'll talk about any other case, it'll pop off and go wild. This case, it's like I've been shadow banned anytime that. So if you notice, I don't even use captions on my videos anymore. Yeah, I appreciate that. And so shout out to everybody in here. You guys, seriously, like my wife and I, we were like, the chat is like our friends. Like, we know people by their username. It's awesome. So thank you guys. All right. Let's go to this because I think this is important. Can you guys see this all right? If I'll crop it a little bit for you guys to see it because I want to talk about this again. All right, hopefully that's not blocking the chat too much. I'll move it up. Okay. So this is just like one of those things where I'm like, okay, let's just talk about the most obvious key discrepancies that they're now. People think that Brian Koberger's DNA was under the nails. It wasn't. His DNA was only on the button of a sheath. And they've gone back from saying it was even touch DNA to now it's mitochondrial DNA, which I don't even know what that is. What is that? Touch DNA is already so unreliable. Did you guys know that touch DNA can be transferred not even just from this might sound obvious to some people, but like I was shocked when I really thought about what touch DNA and how easily it can be transferred. If I'm touching this can, if I go and I put my fingerprint here and then I rub the can on the mic, the touch DNA, even though I never touched the mic, because I touched the can and the can touched the mic, it could be on there. That's how crazy sensitive that is. So now it's or trace DNA, whatever it is, it's nothing. It's really nothing. The fact that that has held so much weight and has been such a cornerstone is so concerning to me, and it's terrifying. It is terrifying because right now it's Brian Koberger, this monster loner who unalived these beautiful people with their whole lives ahead of them, right? But if that's all they can go off of, and then I've always said this too, the thing that really got me interested in this case was the whole IgG and how the feds use it. That was where I was like, I got to start letting people know how dangerous this is. The feds should not be able to go to a third-party genetic database and pull DNA without a warrant. That should not be a legal loophole. And then you start thinking, well, why did they have to go and do that and break their own guidelines to get this DNA? Well, it's because they couldn't get a warrant. Well, why couldn't they get a warrant? Oh, they don't have probable cause. Why don't you have probable cause? You don't have any evidence. Nobody would have signed off on that warrant. So then it starts to think, well, they did it once at a Supreme Court capital case. They set a precedent that now, if this goes and is used to convict him, it's going to be codified and made law. And now, I've always said, because your cousin spit in a tube 10 years ago to find out if they're a Viking, you're effed. It's crazy. They're going to be able to use AI and all this predictive criminal behavior based on genetic testing and all this shit that's going to be like, now you have the genes of somebody that if you went to this area and the geofence of your phone, you crossed across that street, you're more likely to commit a crime. So we're just going to arrest you preemptively. Sounds dystopic, but that shit could happen, everybody. Oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. They're not going to do that. Why do you have nothing? You have nothing to worry about if you're a good person. Yeah, I am a good person. I would say everybody in here is a good person. And you want to know what the problem with being a good person is? You assume everybody else is a good person. You assume they don't have any nefarious intent behind what they're doing and why they're doing it. And then it allows those people to pull a fast one and then F you over. So it's so mind-boggling that people think that that's a conspiracy. I've also even said, you guys, I'm glad I have this tinfoil hat on. Do you guys think that these databases, when they get your DNA, do you think they just do the test, send you the results, and throw your DNA away? They probably wouldn't store that, right? They probably wouldn't upload that to a database where they could reverse engineer someone's DNA because they have a family member, right? No. Guys, I've talked about this in the past. I'm going to pull up the article because this shit is scary. I'm kind of flying all over the place here with what I wanted to talk about compared to what I'm going to talk about. But I want to talk about this because people need to understand we are playing with fire, chat. We are playing with freaking fire. Okay? Oops. Let me show you guys this. Why can't I just I've said this. This is from the New York Times. Do you guys see the date? 2009. Okay. Scientists in Israel have demonstrated that it's possible to fabricate DNA evidence, undermining the credibility of what has been considered the gold standard of proof in criminal cases. The scientists fabricated blood and saliva samples containing DNA from a person other than the donor of the blood and saliva. They also showed that if they had access to a DNA profile in a database, they could construct a sample of DNA to match that profile without obtaining any tissue from that person. So hold on. Let's go and see, when did, and I don't know the answer to this, 23andMe or other databases start? Okay, 2006, 2007. So you start to think about that. Okay, so within 2 or 3 years of these companies starting, look at what was figured out. You got people, the consumers, just doing this, and now you can just engineer a crime scene, said Dan Frumkin, the leader of the paper, which has been published online by the journal Forensic Science International Genetics. Any biology undergrad could perform this. Holy hell. So now you bring in AI to that. You bring in this was 16 years ago. Now, I've played this in the past, but I think it's fitting because I think we're going to watch this and we're going to see. I understand that the IgG, whatever, it's been exhausted. Okay. But this is just so interesting because people came at Ann Taylor's neck for this. She's not wrong. Okay. If DNA appears to have an abnormally high concentration or unexpected doubling of its expected fragment sizes, forensic analysts might suspect tampering or artificial manipulation. Here's the clip. Listen to exactly what Ann Taylor says.
We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how. We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances.
I mean, guys, that alone, what are we doing here? This is a Supreme Court case for a man's life. And people could say, oh, you want Kohberger to get off. I don't give a shit if Kohberger gets off or not. I give a shit that it's the right person and that we're not getting railroaded with our rights because people can't emotionally palate, hey, maybe there is a maniac on the loose still. God, I'm starting to sweat. It just gets me so fired up when people are like, you want Kohberger to get away. Dude, I don't give a shit. If Kohberger did it, he should burn in hell. But it's just so wild. So it starts you to lead the question. Yes, and the Delphi. Perfect is I think it's Delphi, like Wi-Fi, not Delphi. Delphi. That's a perfect example. I don't even think that that's the right guy either. I've gone into that. I have so much shit. I just haven't had time to put into it, but fuck. All right, let me focus. Let me focus. So, why invest the time and money studying this if you never intend to use it? It's the $1 million question. just like so many other things that have completely effed up the world and put us on a lockdown for how many years because they wanted to study it and invest money in something that's just crazy. So Dr. Dan Frumkin, who led the research, told the Daily Mail, if you can fake blood, saliva, or any other tissue, you can engineer a crime scene. You have full control of the situation. Any biology undergrad could perform it. So here's what else is crazy, everybody. In experiments, I want to make sure you guys can see it. In experiments, a team of Israeli scientists were able to obliterate all traces of DNA from a blood sample and add someone else's genetic material in its place. The process was so successful, it fooled forensic scientists who carry out DNA fingerprinting for American courts. Like, guys, think about that. Are you guys mind blown right now? I know if you've been in my chats, you've heard me talk about this, but for people that haven't seen this, they literally made someone else's blood show a different person. That's like some sci-fi movie shit you would think doesn't exist. And they're like, oh yeah, we've been able to do this since 2009. It's unbelievable, everybody, and it's scary. So this chat, just wait till you hear this shit. So this is where I'm going with the whole database thing. So from a pooled sample of many people's DNA, the scientists cloned tiny DNA snippets. What did Ann Taylor say? It was a snippet. Okay, cloned tiny DNA snippets representing the common variants at each spot, creating a library of such snippets. To prepare a DNA sample matching any profile, they just mixed the proper snippets together, and they said that a library of only 425 different DNA snippets would be enough to cover every conceivable profile. That was my reaction when I read that. So it is out of control. DNA, I'm telling you, I made a bet with my wife. I said, babe, I bet in the next 10 years, DNA is going to be looked at like a lie detector test in court. I really do. I really believe that DNA evidence is going to become what a lie detector is in court, where you can use it, but you can't, it's not like amongst the proof, because this type of shit is going to start to become public. And yes, your DNA could be created. So I'll say that again. From a pooled sample of many people's DNA, the scientists cloned tiny DNA snippets representing common variants at each spot, creating a library of such snippets. To prepare a DNA sample matching any profile, they mixed the proper snippets together. They said that a library of 425 different DNA snippets would be enough to create any conceivable person's profile. So what are we doing here? How is DNA ever looked at as reliable in court? And why is it that nobody knows about this? I mean, again, this is from the New York Times in 2009. How many people have been set up or cooked, not even just by law enforcement? They said, there was a quote, the leader of the journal that did this, he said, you have full control of the situation and that any biology undergrad could perform this. Okay, let's just play this out. How many biology students are there in the United States? Let's just see. Okay, so over 100,000 kids could apparently just do this already. So it's like, you could set people up. Chat, type a 1 if you think that in the next 10 years, DNA will be looked at like a lie detector in court. Type a 2 if you disagree and you think that it'll still be used as evidence. I just can't wrap my head around that. Little buddy says 5 years. Shit, I don't disagree with that. Have you guys ever thought about, like, the internet is even just an infant still? It's just an infant. It's like if a kid was the internet. I mean, I think about, like, when I was in 6th grade, I thought it was a huge deal. I got like an AOL or AIM chat that I could talk to somebody on a computer, and it was archaic. I mean, think of how far the internet has come. I mean, it's going to start to progress at infinity X levels if it's not already. It's just wild to me. And so when people say his DNA was at the scene, my guy, and my response is, yeah. Well, apparently any undergrad could have put it there. For God's sakes. It doesn't seem to be that hard. What do you want me to talk about with Xana's mom? Do you want me to talk about how Ann Taylor was defending her, or what do you mean such a bamf? Yeah, Leslo said, so could yours, buddy. Little buddy, you want to go deep on that. Oh, man. So, yeah, Xana's mom had some rug issues, and it's rumored that she flipped on people that were in the A Brotherhood. And that was another initial rumor in the beginning that this was a revenge hit because the people she flipped on got out and found out that it was her, and then they went after the kids. To me, the rumors of this case, the Linda Lane footage, tell a better story than the court documents. I really believe that. We listened to WSU Kim's phone call, and I made a post about it. I said, is she going to be vindicated? Now, I got a text, or not a text, I got a DM from somebody that said, hey, she could also be protecting people and putting stuff out there. I like to think that I got a pretty good intuition and a gut instinct in reading. I'm not saying that that's wrong. To me, she just sounds like she's absolutely terrified about what she knows. Yeah, and Chrissy brought up a good point. It's anything that gets debunked right away, you better look into it more. I'll tell you that much. So I wanted to show you guys this because this is at the food truck. Oops. Let me I'll make it bigger. So this is at the food truck, and I was clicking through trying to find when the girls showed up. And do you guys, when I make this bigger, do you guys notice anything about this part? Do you guys notice anything about this? We're 2.5 hours into this footage here. It's empty. And so I started clicking around, and I'm like, and it's like empty for a little bit, but then there's just waves of people. We've gone deep on this. Like, this is one of those things where I'm like, I don't know. I go back and forth. I don't know how to interpret this food truck footage. It's weird. It's creepy. The usernames are wild. The voiceovers, the Twitch stream. And that's why, again, I started to think, well, why, like, is a Twitch food truck stream that entertaining? I guess maybe, but like, this shit doesn't look entertaining at all. And people paying $800, $400 for all that. Thank you, Desiree. So that's why people started talking about, is there a second Twitch stream? Chat, I'm assuming most people have, but if you haven't, is there anybody in here that has not heard the rumors about the second Twitch stream? Because I think that this stream is serving a different purpose. Okay. So there's a couple people that haven't, or there's a decent amount that haven't. All right. And if you have heard this, please chime in and help provide any details if people are asking questions that I miss. Thank you. So, okay. This is obviously at the Grub Bus. Or I just said Grub Bus, geez, because I was watching that Joe's guy's interview before this. Okay, this is at the food truck. It's a popular last minute stop when kids leave the bars. Now, they're on Twitch. Twitch is a streaming platform where you can have like a producer that's not on site, kind of behind the scenes on a laptop, controlling what names pop up, sound effects. It's like a whole production you could do. And people can donate, people can pay money, yada, yada, yada. But I think that this stream is actually meant, if again, I'm fully committing to the fact that there was parallel operations going on. Okay. So if that's the case, could it be like they want to keep tabs on like who's out and about, and it's under the disguise of it's just a random food truck's Twitch stream? Did they know that these kids, and so yeah, and I'm not saying that it's far-fetched, but I'm saying like if you were the feds and you knew this existed, right, you could track the timeline. Now, there's a lot of weird stuff. Yeah, it could be a $40 tip, but guys, I'm going to show you guys something that I put together. I've really only talked about this one time. Let me show you guys this. One second. Let me show you guys this. So here's what we were just looking at, right? It's a screenshot. I did this so I could show you. I believe there was a second stream that had Linda Lane footage on it because of what you hear and see in the background. Okay, now that might sound crazy. Well, I went hard on that Linda Lane audio. And I would download the files. I would apply filters. I would re-download files and then save them so that I could stack these filters up. Okay. Dude, my auto generating captions picked up metadata from the Linda Lane footage. That's a screenshot of when I saw it for the first time. That's a freaking username. And that's a freaking payment transaction code of a payment being denied. And I started to think, well, how the hell would that ever show up on Ring footage? I think it had to be streamed. That's what I think. And I think that there is an aspect of this entire case, like there's some sick MFs out there, and the snuff film stuff would be crazy. Mike Wimmer's been on these chats before, and he said that they've tracked it to like some billionaire guy or whatever that bought this film. Like you could watch these unalivings on a live stream. And if you guys don't think that stuff's out there, guys, go on. I'm not proud that I know where to find this because I'm not watching it for entertainment. People have sent me some effed up stuff. Okay, and if you've ever gone off just like Google and the mainstream YouTube and stuff, and you've seen some shit, you'll see the C gang cutting people's heads off. It's insane what you could see, and I'm sorry for the vulgarness in that. It's gross. But that metadata would have no business having a username on a freaking Ring camera. So, I don't know if I have the screenshot of it, but I think actually maybe somebody in my chat did it. They said it was like a $1,400 transaction. Why would anybody be paying a food truck person $1,400? And apparently there was different levels of pricing for the stream. You could either watch 10 minutes of the stream, you could watch the full stream, you could buy the stream afterwards. It's crazy. So I don't know. That to me has got me thinking big time about how there's just more going on with this footage than we even know. And I don't think it's a stretch to think that there wasn't 4 cameras like this. And why would they want that camera? Well, it's almost like this is street theater then. Yeah, I think that the food truck was selling the stream to this fight club or to, or they were selling. I think that they were in on it. Oh, hey, Mike. Hell yeah, you're in here, dude. Come up if you got some time. You explained this so good. So if you're busy, no worries. But I think the chat would appreciate it. You tell it better than I do as far as how you think this all translates into some sort of stream sale. Let's see. Okay, cool. He's requesting. Here he is, chat. What's Gucci, my Louie?
Good morning.
How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I think in a nutshell, I think they're selling product, and some of it is infused in the food, and I think they're selling, access to the events of the evening.
Yes.
And I don't really know that the Fight Club is not frat fight night. It's something else, like a private UFC kind of thing.
Because
but
sorry, Mike.
It misleads everyone.
Yeah, and we've said, I think you and I have discussed a fight club, if it's really like boxing gloves and like locker boxing at a frat, guys, I don't think that that's anything crazy. I feel like that shit happens. And if there was an accident where somebody actually did die in it, I even think that would be like why you cover. I mean, maybe you would cover that up because you don't want people to get in trouble and there was a fight club and it's an accident. But like that, would that get the FBI involved? I don't know. To me, I think Mike hit the nail on the head by it. They're using that as a cover.
Yeah, I mean, they may have had something going on, but if they did, Ethan and Xana were jumped at the fight.
Belky, email me that video. If you guys have things that you want me to pull up, like Belky, that sounds interesting. My email is birdiebombshell, no S, birdiebombshell00 @gmail. And for people in the chat, please email me instead of sending me stuff on TikTok because when I'm on stream, I can't pull my TikTok up. Okay, so somebody asked what we're looking at. This is the bigger dude by the food truck holding a phone. And if you guys remember the scene where everybody is gathered around and they go, "No, Xana," and everyone checks their phone, they pull this up. Well, it caught a lot of people's eyes. So we got this screenshot, right? You put, and here it is. Here's the, oh, that's creepy. I forgot. I don't even want to look at that next picture. So here's the screenshot of what happened, right? That's when everyone's checking their phone. You put filters on it. You see this. You tell AI, show me clearly what's going on in this photo. Look at what the hell it shows. That's on this dude's phone right here.
Yeah,
it's crazy, everybody. And people just want to say that, oh, well, that's AI, or oh, you just made that. I didn't make up shit. We do. That's why I do this live. And Mike, I think you were in here for that. But like, and everybody else in the chat, that's why I do these live digs, and then I just clip it because I was putting this stuff out there, and people are like, "You're off your shit, dude." I'm like, "No, I'm doing this in front of everybody in the chat. It's like a hive mind. It's helping."
Yeah. I mean, just think of the wonder of that technology. You can pick up what's on somebody's phone and then color correct it and come up with what it really is.
And I mean, we're doing that with pretty basic level tools. I can't imagine if you had access to, you know what I mean? Like the shit probably officials do.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think they look deep enough into
I don't
what
either. I don't either. I've said that so many times. People say your ritual theories are disrespectful. I want to be like, how is it disrespectful when there's clear symbolism? We're just pointing it out. Sorry that you don't want to look at anything else. And I think you should learn that this stuff happens. And what's disrespectful, as I've always said, is the cases that didn't get any attention that probably could have been rather simply solved if people looked into it just a little bit more. You know what I mean? That's disrespectful, is those people who will never get closure because people didn't pay attention to it. So me pointing out that it could have been a ritual aspect, okay, well, how is that disrespectful? I'm sorry, really does not line up in my head. Thank you,
Yeah,
Jay's mom.
and the food truck in general. If you look at the whole 4+ hours of footage, they're making references to the ritual, to the crimes. I mean, it's so. The first thing that everybody notices is like, I think X and E are already gone, or they're attacked already, and
Yes. The two
they get
different
on.
timelines.
Yeah, that's the first thing you see. And I don't know. It has to be. If everybody is coming up with the same general conclusion, that has to be correct.
Yeah. And Fuego just said, what about what's on the kids' phones in the field when they walk by the officers? I haven't been able to get a clear enough screenshot to where I felt like ChatGPT really could see it clear. If you guys have that, I'm more than happy to do it. Please email me it. Also, Mike, I don't know if you saw this ever. This video is so weird. Have you seen this?
Yeah, but play it again because I'm wondering what the heck it is.
So it's I believe it's Steve's daughter, but I'll just let it play. You guys tell me.
What?
That's Steve? It's the weirdest choice of music. It's like, I mean, am I the only one seeing like an over hyper sexualization of that, or is it just me?
No, you're seeing it.
I mean, dude, if I was, fuck, if my daughter ever posted, I'd be like, take that shit down now. What are you doing?
What is she? Did Steve hire her to do some driving during the PR campaign that he
Yeah,
launched?
I don't know. And then I'm pretty sure, and I'm not coming at her. It's a weird video. It's a weird choice of music. She like defended herself. She's like, I had no idea people were going to take it like that. And I'm like, really? You have the song playing. How many drinks is it going to take for you to leave with me as your dad gets in the back of a car? That's creepy. Like,
Yeah, it's not time to be expressing your rights to be, sexual.
it's just, and look, the other thing too, and Mike, I want to get your thoughts on this. How do you feel? Because I think we've done a good job in this chat, and people in the chat understand. And I'll say it again. It's like, obviously nobody knows what happens, so we're speculating. We really only care about the right person or people getting caught. However, people are acting like the surviving roommates, and I've gone into like, are they survivors or are they witnesses? Because they weren't attacked. Like, what, you know what I mean? And I know that's such a weird technicality. It's not trying to ridicule them, but it's not like victim shaming or blaming either. You got to look at people who are nearest the victims. So when people are like, leave them out of it, they had nothing to do with it. Really? They haven't talked. Their stories wildly inaccurate and inconsistent. I don't find how it could be disrespectful to look into people that were close to this crime. Do you?
I don't think it is at all. I hope. I hope that everybody's accurate about who was involved. It just doesn't seem that way. So
it doesn't.
I tuned in. I had to run some errands, but I tuned in when you first started the live today, and you were saying something about maybe Stephanie just hauled ass out of there. And she's like, I don't want to come back because I wasn't involved and you guys are nuts.
Yeah.
So God bless her,
Right.
sincerely. And the thing with Dylan, if Dylan knew something might be going down with the drug dealers next door, the drug traffickers, excuse me,
Yep.
um, well, okay, I'm cool with that. But I don't think it was one graduate student from the college next
No.
door. It doesn't look that good.
No, it doesn't. And I look, guys, this is why I wanted to get on here, was to talk about the alternate suspects, plural. I'm going to be honest. I think Dylan's going to be an accessory or some involvement by the end of this trial. I really do. And I have no problem saying that. People can hate on it. I genuinely do. That shit reeks to high heavens as far as what happened. The timeline doesn't make any sense. The phone call is so wild to 911.
Well, and we were, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting,
No, go
but
ahead.
we wore Deadpool and some guys broke down the 911 call and they did a real filter to get the main conversation out and play only the background stuff. And I,
Oh,
I, I fell asleep when they were on the live. I woke up and I heard them talking and I put my headset in and while they were breaking it down, it sounds like to me that she says, I warned Kaylee,
holy
not
shit.
Kaylee.
Can somebody message War Deadpool right now and see if he's available?
It would be nice if he could
Oh,
come
that'd be
up.
incredible. That'd be such good timing because I have the 911. Here's the enhancements that I did, and I swear to God, I hear Steve's voice in the background too. Here.
Yeah.
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds.
Here, I'll play it right at that part. It's coming up right away. So you're going to hear the caller in the background say, no, Steve, no. And then you'll hear what sounds like Steve G's voice go, shit. Like, come on. What? Like, how is that on a freaking 911 call when you enhance it?
Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of panic going on. There's some play acting. There's some weird stuff. There's panic and a bounce back to stability. Like they say something in tears, and then all of a sudden they're not crying anymore. They're back to normal.
Right. And Marianne, this is not an AI voice generator. I put these filters from CapCut onto it. So I noise reduced the original 911 call. I enhanced the voice. I did high resolution, and I put a music enhancement filter over it. So this was not put into AI. This was done by me. Yes.
Yeah, people in chat have the right idea. It's like it seems like because we're not doing any tampering with it and would never do that, but somebody could have tampered with it before it was released to the press.
To me, it sounds like there's two calls overlaid. That's what I
Yeah.
think.
Well, and all I can think of, the only caveat in our thoughts is what if the police got there and then said, uh, let's not release any information and let's use metadata to find out who is checking to see what happened.
Like I said, Mike, whatever your brain can logically wrap it around, like, again, do you really think that if they didn't know who did this and it's like, holy shit, this looks like a ritualistic unaliving, or holy shit, maybe this was a sea gang, or holy shit, maybe this was a rug hit. And let's say that the feds were aware of it going on. Do you really think that they're going to come out and say, hey, this happened right underneath our nose. We had an operation going on. People found out, and then kids got unalived. Do you think they're going to say that? I don't think in any world they would ever do that.
No, and I think being subtle and sneaky is completely acceptable for investigators at any level, but I just don't know. They would have had to been really strategic, in that being the solution.
Yeah, and here's some proof, chat, that the cops were there, or at least near the scene earlier. This is 5 hours prior to the 911 call. Not many people have seen this. Krabby Abby, and Krabby Abby, if you're in here, dude, I saw that you messaged me. I have not gotten back to you, and I apologize. Krabby Abby got the missing footage from the Linda Lane. I don't know how the hell he did it, but you'll see a sheriff car. This is wild, chat. Watch this.
Look at this car suddenly
I have it also at half speed so that you can see what's missing.
disappears in front of our eyes on the dumpster cam at 6:47 a.m. The camera is frozen for 13 seconds, and after that you never see the car again. But this guy got the missing part. Here we go. Slow down and still shot. And this car looks like this car. Compare the stripes at the side and also the roof lights. That's the car of Moscow, and that's the car of Lada County. By comparing the backside of the car of the Linda Lane footage, the Lada County car got a harsh angle to the...
That's just crazy. And that's one of the best arguments for what do you guys think you're going to figure out on the internet? I don't know. We figured out a lot of shit. Like, we figured out a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and for 2.5 years of amateur research, we were 99% accurate with what's going on. Now that the court documents are out, so the sheriff has a lot more power than a local policeman.
Yep.
And the sheriff reports to the FBI. So I don't know what's he doing there in that neighborhood at 6:30 a.m. or whatever time that is. So let's assume maybe they did figure something out, and they were over there when Dylan and Bethany got home, and they were like, something big went down, you guys, you need to cooperate with us, and we need to solve this in a different sort of way. But I just don't think so.
Dude, I find it odd. So when they officially came out with the alternate suspects, dude, for me, it went right to Jack Decor. It went right to Kaylee's ex.
So you think Jack was involved by himself or with somebody else?
Yeah. Well, I think he was involved with somebody else. But like, so people, just to clarify, the hoodie guy, his name is Jack too. That's a different Jack. That's not Kaylee's ex.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Now, the reason why is I started thinking about like some of Steve's interviews, right? And it's just odd. Like, that dude was cleared right away. He left the country, like, to Africa or wherever the hell he went.
He went on a mission trip with his parents.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So, good timing. She's back in town. Everyone's like, what are the odds that happens when Kaylee's back? Okay. Well, that's pretty good odds if that's going to be the case. The other thing is that Steve pointed out they know that he was in his bed. Okay, well, dude, maybe unlike Koberger, this dude left his phone at his house. And maybe that's why whenever Kaylee was frantically calling him, he didn't answer because he was the one doing it. And she didn't know what was going on. And so she thought she'd call him or whatever it is.
Yeah, that makes much more sense.
And that's just logically bridge building of like, okay, who would do it? I mean, so then I'm like, well, who else would be involved? Now, who else hated those girls, or at least said there was a ton of turmoil in the house? Dylan had beef with at least 2 girls upstairs. That was pretty well rumored, right? I'm not saying that she would have been involved, but like, dude, I'm just telling you guys, there's crazy shit. People put out hits off the dark web for their significant other, and it's like an undercover cop and they get caught. Like, people do that.
Yeah, do you think somebody in the comments is saying Bethany may have been having a little affair or side thing with Jack. But they were broken up, so it doesn't count. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like it's kind of like the whole saying of like it's always the quiet ones you got to watch out for. And she hasn't said much, but it could also, yeah, it could. I mean, look, that's why it's like you got to have an open mind. I look, guys. There's a reason. There's a reason why everybody initially goes, holy shit, that 911 call is so off. It's so weird. There's a reason why the only defense of it is they were young, they were drunk, they're girls. Like there's some there are these children that need to be coddled. They're in college, guys. They're in college. They're adults. They are living on their own. They are going to the bars. They are drinking. Why are we treating them like children? If they didn't go to school, they'd be working members of society. So I'm sorry if that pisses people off. It's not anything to do with, yeah, you might be frightened. But let me ask the ladies in the chat. Ladies, if you saw a masked man in your house at any point, are you going to wait 8 hours to call the cops? I mean, I'm serious. Drunk or not. I just don't get that.
Especially with baklava and some creepy noises and Xana laying in the floor and tears in the bathroom. Oh, I thought I heard some crying in the bathroom.
Dude, I mean, it's just so unbelievable. And then, like, don't get me wrong. I'll give the argument of like the fight or flight, right? Or like you hide. Dude, she came face to face with this guy, saw the eyebrows. He didn't do anything. Then she's like, well, maybe it was a dream and I was messed up and who knows. Dude, come on. You're on Instagram, you're on Indeed, you're sending snaps, you're calling people, you invite people. It's just so weird. It's all so weird. And it's not wrong to question it.
It's not. And because for 2 years, everyone was saying, cut them a break, don't judge them. And then we got the documents. Before the 911 call, we got the text messages. Then we got the outline of the phone call. Can it be any stupider?
Yeah.
I mean, and everyone's like, and now they released the audio, and everybody's like, you sound so phony.
Yep.
Make us believe it now.
Hi, something happened in our house, and we're not sure what. Really? You think it's an unconscious person, and then we hear you walk inside, and you go, are they passed out? And then you hear Ethan's name on it. It's just like, really?
Are they passed out? Are they passed out?
Yeah, like, come on. Yeah, my girl voice, sorry. Like, and then it's like they could, if she ran downstairs, that door is right there. Run out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just, like, and that's where it's also like, okay, what is happening in our society where it just gets a pass because you're like afraid to offend asking a question? It's so ass backwards. And we brought up and this is not to like put male or female against it. It's more so about the narrative in the media. If those were guys that survived, they would be on the hot seat from day one, or they'd be called the biggest pussies in the world.
They'd be under the jail right now.
Yes.
Utah County Jail, but underneath. And if they were minority females.
Yes.
If they were not Caucasian, they would be in.
I agree. There's such a look, it's one of those things where people are like, we don't got to bring that into it. Okay. But when you're talking about the mainstream news, it's a huge factor, folks. It really is. Like, I think we can all agree nobody really gives a shit about that, but the news certainly does. The news certainly does.
What do they call it? Virtue signaling?
Yep.
Everyone is signaling now, including the judge. Nobody wants to say anything. They better know something that we don't know.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Or else I'm going to be pissed.
I mean, because guys, look, at the end of the day, there is millions of dollars that have pumped into this. And I don't want to be like of taxpayer money, but it's like the state's paying for the prosecution. The state's paying for Koberger's defense. The state's paying for the investigation. And if it's all bullshit, and that's what makes me think like, again, there has to be a bigger operation going on.
Yeah. We're the only ones not getting paid.
Literally.
Everyone else is getting paid.
Yeah. You guys are getting paid? Like, what's that movie? We're the Millers?
Yeah.
Where that kid's
Like,
yeah.
we made 2 cents last week, trying to break down what the hell is really going on. And most of our payment comes in nasty emails. Like, you think you're this or you think you're that.
Spare me.
Well, I think it was pre-planned. Coming at it now from the other angle, just like they say at the food truck. Grub truckers did it. It was pre-planned. People are going to be leaving town. You can hear it all.
Mike, did you see my presentation on this?
On Bundy?
No. So it's kind of, you guys can call me a cornball. I don't care. I was having fun, as weird as that sounds, making this, because I've said this before. Like, if I'm going to put out a theory, it's not that other people don't influence the theory and stuff that I see and read, but I want it to be like my version of it, right? So I put together these slides, and I kind of did it like, okay, let's say that we are the feds and we want to take down the people running this pipeline in this area. Okay, so let's just humor me here, Mike. If we were talking about this, and it's kind of like this whole mission overview, all right, it kind of comes down to this. The Idaho 4 case wasn't just an unaliving. It was a tactical diversion. It was done to shield the collapse of a massive federal investigation into Sinaloa-backed trafficking network operating through U.S. universities. So we're going to use a high-profile, emotionally charged unaliving case to redirect public and media scrutiny while the federal agencies dismantle the Sea Gang assets that are embedded in the academic infrastructure in this area. Okay, we're going to look at the Pacific Northwest. We're going to have the DEA, the FBI, campus law enforcement, and criminology departments involved, and it's going to be a 5-year operation. It's going to be a 5-year operation from 2020 to 2025. And when did the funding start to WSU? Right at the end of 2019, where they started getting millions of dollars from the NIJ, which is the research arm of the DOJ for studying predictive criminal behavior in emerging adults in a non-classroom setting, everybody. So pretty much this, okay? The Sea Gang moves rugs using college students, frat houses, and rental properties. The investigators get close, but they can't act without major legal authority. So they're gonna either stage, or if it unfortunately happened, if the op went bad, like I said, whatever one you can logically wrap your head around, you're gonna have a high profile unaliving case that suddenly that happens in a small college town. And so while the media chases the unaliver, the feds can quietly make arrests, bust the safe houses, and flip informants. So I said it's about 5 years that a covert multi-agency task force embedded itself into America's colleges to dismantle a Sea Gang-linked narcotic and crypto laundering network. The frats became the storage hubs, the dorms became trafficking zones, student organizations moved the money and product. By late 2022, I believe that they were fully saturated and embedded. And so what was the solution? They had to or they were found out in late 2022. So the solution was they had to trigger a distraction event so extreme it drowns out the biggest domestic Sea Gang takedown in decades, which is what happened here, everybody, in Salem, Oregon. So we're going to flip low-level frat dealers into informants. We're going to embed feds inside the university, police departments, faculty, and admin. That's why they were there so quickly. We're going to tag psychologically vulnerable students as assets, proxies, or fall guys. Does that sound familiar, everybody, as far as who's the guy they think did it? The academic psyops is what I call it, but it's like criminology professors are going to be briefed. And I think that that's how Ramsland and all of that shit with the BTK came into play. And that's why Koberger was only one of 2 people she ever wrote a letter of rec for and sent him out there. The party houses are going to be used as the recruitment vectors, which is how I think the King Road girls get involved, because everybody partied there. The Greek life student, like, I think that they're going to end up logging their social patterns. And so this is where we start to add, or I start to say, I don't think that Brian Koberger was random. And I know you guys can't see that, but I'll read it. So I think that Brian Koberger was the behavioral release valve for the public narrative. If this went bad and the grid and the operation collapsed, he'd be the pawn. He leaves Pennsylvania to transfer to WSU just months before these busts go active. He was under Dr. Ramsland. He studies digital forensics, psychology, and law enforcement response, and he lived minutes from the target house, yet any hard evidence really connects him to the victims. I would say that Anon, his interview, he has way more connection. He's like living right next to them, but apparently he's not involved. So this is like the trigger moment, and this slide is the most important slide of this entire thing. And I think that they had the federal indictments ready. The high-risk safe houses were mapped out. The C-gang linked crypto that was being washed through these college kids' wallets. And I think that they needed a story to take the spotlight. So in a quiet town, 4 students were brutally unalived with no forced entry, no motive, no real digital trail. Again, it's either that whole WITSEC angle or it's some thing that went wrong, and they actually did. But either way, now they had him in place. The media gets a gift of this crazy, clean narrative on like the guy whose story and background, everyone's immediately gonna be like, he's totally the guy. But I've said this, who remembers the Cowboys? Well, folks, these are U.S. Marshals. And people are like, well, it's not uncommon for U.S. Marshals to be on crime scenes. Well, what kind of crime scenes do they investigate? Marshals aren't just going to a small town college unaliving by a victim with a single K-bar. There's got to be a bigger thing going on. So I want you guys to watch this because this was played right after the news. I never give mainstream news credit. I'll give them credit here because they clearly have no idea what they should or shouldn't show. Let's just watch these guys' behavior.
Here, and about 5 plainclothes investigators, we don't know if they're local, state, federal, they were inside, and we saw a lot of activity inside the home, and the home was lit up, so we were able to peek in some of the windows, but we saw those men inside the home in the 2 particular rooms where the murders took place. We did not see them leaving with any materials. I asked them a couple of times, why are they back? They did not answer me. They pulled away in 2 vehicles. One had a Washington state plate. The other had an Idaho plate. But that is all we can tell you. But we did see a lot of activity. This house was lit up. Asked them where the murders took place.
Now, here's what's crazy, everybody. I want to show you guys something. I hope that I paused it at the right time because I'm going to show you this. Wait until you see this if you haven't. Now, let me zoom in on this. This isn't as good of a photo. I have the photo. I will actually, let's see if I got it in my uploads here. Right here. Tell me what you guys notice. They have this blurred out. They have the Marshal badge blurred out, is what I'm getting at. And they're keeping their heads down. Now, in WITSEC, not many people know this. You get your own U.S. Marshal. Well, there's 4 of them. How many people were victims? So that's where I start to say, again, behind the scenes, I think that it's like, you still think this was just about 4 students? I think this was about nuking the C-gang channel without causing a collapse panic in college towns nationwide. I think the DEA, again, if this actually was a hit, they used that chaos to seize the flagged rentals. HSI is quietly deporting the international runners tied to the C-gang laundering. And if you look at what Steve says about truckers and how they need to ID everybody, it's just, again, a weird thing that he mentions. Their seizures of rugs have reached record highs. You got digital forensics wiped, the informants relocated, the ceilings or the sealed files are starting to drop. So here's like the final thoughts on it. And it's pretty much, here's what we were never told. The Idaho 4 unalivings were the quote unquote public sacrifice used to end a 5-year multi-state operation that were targeting sea gang trafficking through the Pacific Northwest. Koberger is either a patsy, a burned asset, or a controlled sacrifice to protect these federal methods. The victims, they were either random targets of opportunity, or worse, they were symbolic players in a ritualized covered hit, hence all the symbolism. And now, no one's really talking about what just got dismantled in this breaking news where the president and Pam Bondi are talking about it even. The pipeline's gone, the crypto wallets are silent, and everyone's still stuck on just a knife sheath. Think about how crazy that is. And here's some statistics for 2020 to 2025. That's crazy, everybody. So, anyways, I hope that if nobody knew that, it might maybe shed light on what could be going on. Mike, and I even think too, like the ritual and symbolic, symbolism. Have you ever thought about like, well, if you're going to make the fall guy this criminology student who's obsessed with serial unalivers, we got to sell it and make it sound that way in the news.
Yeah, they have to. But there's still a part of me.
Yep.
That
Me too.
Thinks that there was an actual real ritual with the locals.
Well, since I got you, is there anybody in the chat, or I guess let me know, chat, have you guys seen my ritual stuff? I feel like it's been a while since I've really gone deep on it. I can pull up this table that I created. Because this is just so crazy. Mike, do you remember when I started talking about this? That's how you and I met, because you were like, dude, it lines up. You've been saying it. You and I hadn't known each other really.
Correct.
So I always use the analogy of like, guys, this isn't like researching how to bake a cake, but this stuff's out there. You can find it. So I want to show you guys this. So this is what's known as, hang on, Mrs. Birdie just texted me. Oh, we're having friends over tonight for my birthday.
Oh, bad.
Yeah. All right. So this is what's called the right of the twins, and it's like, let's all be adults. I know this is like morbid, but I created like a roll chart just to help people understand. And all of this, I didn't make any of this stuff up, not the symbolic archetypes, not the actual roles. I actually don't even think I put their names on here, but we're going to obviously be able to tell who played what role. So you look at the crown offering, the main quote unquote sacrifice. It is like the divine feminine energy. It opens up the ritual. This was the part where I'm like, holy shit. The language for it is queen. And then you start thinking about what was rumored to be left on a TikTok comment. And I'm like, is that a digital sigil? And one of the things you got to know about rituals, everybody, if you really believe in that and you buy into it, you can't leave like a box partially checked. You have to fully complete it. So you look at also the opening of this energetic portal, as they would say, and then you find out about a dog, a family neighborhood dog that was skinned alive and found right by King Road about 2 or 3 weeks prior to this happening. That's what you would know as like preparation. You're opening the portal. The dog is the guardian of the underworld. The police said it was unrelated, but this dog was skinned like a fish. It was like methodical, almost ritualistic. And Mike, I know you've heard about that, and it's just so crazy how they wrote that off right away.
Yep.
So
they don't want to believe.
What's that?
They don't want to believe it. But anything that into a mystical solution, they don't want to believe it.
Right. Exactly. And so one of the things that I was like, holy shit, like people are like, why were Maddie and Kaylee found in the same room? Well, the whole thing of the right of the twins is with the main offering. It's the reflection. It's the second person. It's like it's literally like, okay, the person that matches that same energy, you're like doubling up on it. Okay. It's the mirror is what is the archetype. The union seal, it's always a male female pair. People were asking, why were Ethan's legs carved? Well, again, if you look through this lens, the male's legs are always cut. It's to ground the masculine energy. And it sounds crazy, but again, if you guys are performing a ritual, you have to do this shit if you're really going to open up this energy. And then you start to look at the witnesses. You got witness A. That's the it's like a trauma-locked witness. So survives, absorbs the trauma, bound by silence. Witness B survives, holds the energetic imprint. It's enforced silence. This is where I believe that if Koberger was involved, it's just like he was always meant to play the role that he did, because there's two other people that do it, the enforcer and the overseer. Mike has broke down this food truck and believes that he knows exactly who did these two roles. And you got the enforcer who's going to execute the act and is masked. It's not personal. They're the watcher. And then you look at who posted that 4chan thing, the IA watcher that got deleted, that talked about the scene that ended up being proven true, which is just nuts. That post was cleared within 24 hours after it came out, and that profile got deleted. You got the overseer, which directs from afar and does not engage physically. Hence why I believe that if Dylan was in the house, you heard, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." I think it was the second unaliver. I don't think it was the first person saying it to the victim, as crazy as people maybe think that that's like from a horror movie. It's more logical that there was two people there, and that second person didn't want to accidentally get unalived if he snuck up and scared this guy and take a K-bar to his gut. Then you have the Pharmakos, the stargazer. He is always designed to take the blame and protect the system. And then you go into the digital sigil, which is the stamp that this has been completed, which if Queen was commented, that's kind of where my brain went, was like, holy shit, at 4:12, she commented Queen on TikTok. How is that even possible with the timeline? Unless somebody had her phone. And then there's the animal offering. And so I started to ask, well, what if Koberger himself was the ritual? What if the entire media machine around him, the memes, the mugshots, the incel narrative, the YouTube psych profiles, that's all part of his function as this Pharmakos. He becomes the container of all projected guilt. He's unalived symbolically over and over every day in the press. And now you look at the twin theory, which is Koberger's role. The right of the twins represents duality, order and chaos, sacred and profane, the chosen and the cast out. The elite enact this right symbolically. One figure rises, one falls. So if Koberger's the fallen twin or the dark reflection of the other person that did this while they got a ranking and climbed up in it. This shit's out there. It exists. It's trippy. It's creepy. It's eerie. But it's weird how many things align closer to what happened than these damn court docs. Mike, thoughts?
I think we need to ask, based on all of that, who was elevated? One person falls, one is elevated. So who was elevated that night?
Well, let's hear. I don't know if you have a theory on it, but I think that we probably see them in this footage, if I was a betting man.
Yep, we see him several times, and we see his cousin, and we see several others.
So let's go through this, huh?
Okay, two fried chicken and 2 drinks. What would you like?
Sorry, chat. You guys can't see that, can you? I guess here, chat, I'm curious. Before I start this, and Mike, after I ask the chat this, I want to ask you something. So, chat, let's just, I'm curious. I want to take like a temperature check. Type of 1 if you think it was like Witsec. Type of 2 if you think it was Rug. Type of 3 if you think it was Ritual. Type of 4 if you think it was exactly what the news said. I'm just curious. There's a lot of people typing 1, 2, and 3. Wow, I see a couple 4s. It's okay. People think that is what happened. Shit, it might. We don't know. And props to you guys for coming in here and listening to it. Someone said 5. Yeah, touch of gray. That's not a bad thought. Okay. I mean, that's good. Okay, Mike, I'm sweating my ass off here. I'm going to go put on just a t-shirt. While I do that, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Can you give a little bit of background again for people maybe that haven't really gone on as deep of a dive as you have with like the usernames, certain people that show up, and just kind of generalize the whole thing that you're talking of as street theater?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And when you get back, you can show some of the
Yep.
usernames.
Perfect. I'll be right back, chat.
Yeah, I think if you haven't studied the food truck and not the usual stuff, not just the times when Maddie and Kaylee are around or the usual things, start looking at the other stuff. Start looking at the communication. They're offering you some coded language, some references, and there's movements that are clearly street theater. So if you want to get a grasp on what's going on, I don't think that you can just get one magical moment that says, oh, okay, that solves it for me. You have to look at the totality of the 4+ hours footage and look at some of the comments that the employees are making. Look at some of the costumes. There's some people in costume. And it isn't just some random dude in a big, long robe that looks like he was at fight night. Look at some of the other stuff. Look at the ritual robes. Look at some of the some of the dishes that are not on the menu, and some of the comments from the cooking staff. If you put all that together, you'll start to get an idea of what went down. But it's much more a cumulative effect of all of those costumes and coded language, and some of the screen names, which we'll get into a little bit later.
Yep. Okay. So, Mike, I have it right where Kaylee and Maddie arrive. Is that a good place to start, or where do you want me to start?
No, I think we should look at other stuff.
Okay.
Not when
what we all dive into. Yeah.
Like, let's look at the first, like at the beginning of the 4 hours, about on the clock, so to speak, it's about 10:20 p.m., which is about 20 minutes into the 4-hour full footage.
Okay. Also,
I think
before I start that, real quick, dude, I got a tattoo yesterday, and if you guys ever go get a new tattoo, my tattoo artist, he told me that if you put second skin, which is like something you'd use for blisters, so I don't know if you guys can see this. Okay, see this? I have second skin on it. You wear it for 24 hours. As the wound, because a tattoo is pretty much a wound, as it weeps, it holds the body's natural plasma against it, and it won't scab. How insane is that?
That's wild.
I don't know if you've ever gotten a tattoo, Mike, but the peeling, and it keeps the ink in it. He just heals way quicker. So, yeah, I mean, it's called second skin. It doesn't burn because they put it on right away after. But it was just so interesting because, like, if you guys have ever had a tattoo and then you like lay on your covers and your sheets, like after you take like the initial bandage off, like the ink stays on it and it's just messy. This is the second time that he's done it for me, and I'm shocked at how much quicker they heal. It's a literal lifesaver. Yes. Okay. Sorry. So I'm going to start this, Mike. What are we going to see here? We're going to see usernames.
Just to get everybody in the right frame of mind, I want you to think about the insult of being a green pea. Like, one of the linguistic slams on people who are not from that area is green pea. And people reject that are from that area because they haven't heard it. But there's like 10 references to green peas throughout the whole night. But right at this moment, look what's in front of you. There's a chubby guy wearing
I'm going to put this into Canva so we can zoom. Okay, so who are we looking at?
There's a customer there in a green pea colored jacket. It's subtle. He's just ordering food. No big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what they start commenting on for the first time, you know. And then they say, "Do you like to have green peas in the mac and cheese?" You know, it's like it's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
And this is just a few minutes into the evening when we've had, and last time you commented on, what are all these people standing around in the street theater?
Yes, I love that term that we've kind of coined, or that you coined as street theater. These people look like they know they're on camera, which they probably do, but it's not just the ones that are obvious. It's like these people are just standing around. It's supposedly freezing out. None of them are really eating. Not all of these people ever even order food or get called for food. So let's let this play a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great time. You guys have a nice night.
Thank you. Hi. I love Munchy Bottle.
I know. Dude, that horizontal chop's so
Mac and cheese, mac and cheese. Can I have some, please? Mac and cheese, macaroni and cheese. Please, baby, please.
Oh, I think, yeah.
Now, again, this is for people who are, I guess, willing to keep an open mind. I was mind blown when Mike shared this with me. But if you look at what he's doing, there's even symbolism in what this guy that pops on camera does. And Mike, can you shed some light too on who is that?
That is Ben Upmore. He's in the AGR fraternity. He's not a Sigma Chi. AGR is next door. And they have a relationship with the food truck in the distribution of, you know, meat products, cheese, you know. So he is doing it, you know, you could look at it and say, oh, it's just cheap marketing. Every time somebody joins as a member, they put on that little jingle. And he's running a circle and a square and going mac and cheese, mac and cheese. And it's shocking and weird, but you can't just say that about everything. You can't just go, oh, well, that's just, you know, silliness.
Yes, thank you for saying that. How many times before this is not just random shit? Because, yeah, so I'll replay that for
The climbing seems like...
Hi. I love Munchy Bottle.
I know. Dude, that horizontal chop's so
Mac and cheese, mac and cheese. Can I have some, please? Mac and cheese, macaroni and cheese.
Now, notice he's running in a circle around squares. Look, also, chat, one of the ways that my brain works, and I think a lot of people in the chats thing work, is like whether it has anything to do with it or not. You look for stuff. This is just one of those things. That is symbolic. And if you were to go into what does that mean? I mean, Mike, I think you actually know. I don't even need to look it up.
The mac and cheese thing, or
the running in a circle on a square?
Yeah, it's Masonic.
Yep.
Well, the square is Masonic. And guess who was promoted to Master Mason that night?
Was it the guy that was running in the circle, or was it?
Yeah, he became a Master Mason that night.
So, yeah, this is fucking nuts. It's nuts. It's so nuts. And then people start saying, like, well, the police would have to be in on it. Well, I guess I'll have to be the person to tell everybody. Do you know that some of the most Mason members are cops?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's not a criticism on the blue, and it's not a criticism on Masons, because people help people, and it's a spirituality, if you will. So, yeah, but what in the heck, you know, how much of a genius do we have to be to start putting it together?
Yeah, you know, yeah, I agree.
I'm going to move closer.
Okay, here we go. Let's play this.
Tonight? All peas, Joe. He thinks all peas suck. He just hates green. 11.25 for the most. I'm confused, and I don't understand. Alright, then we do the pulled pork. Does anyone in here like the green peas? I mean, that's not in their Mac of the week if they were ordering. Not me.
Personally, not really.
Can I get a mac and fire?
Peas are fine.
With chicken?
Peas are fine. Carrots are
Mac and fire with chicken, alright. Anything else for you?
Would never see
and then
that
truffle mushroom?
Will eat it. I'm a veggie guy.
With chicken. Ready for one bite and 5.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, was it all for you guys tonight?
Do they want anything in the first one? That should be it.
$33.
So Touch of Gray just brought up a good point. Again, it's crazy because also apparently the girls did grab the wrong food, but who's to say you didn't slip something into their food?
My conjecture is they were putting microdoses in all of the food. That's the enormity of rug references, is they are serving food, and maybe not to everybody, that has special ingredients. And that is, the connection to the rug trafficking and the unalive. It's the kind of the main connection. And people were figuring it out. And, there's just too many dishes. And, I mean, you heard it. Like I said, green peas is a slam. He just says, somebody said, as soon as you turn on the camera, all green peas suck. And then he goes, does anybody like green peas in their Mac of the week? It's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody asked me to look up why turkeys run in a circle. It's to establish dominance. I mean, so again, I don't know. I don't even know how we would relate that to anything other than just him running in a circle, but that is interesting. And you learn something new every day. So thank you.
Yeah, everybody, I moved as close as I can to the Wi-Fi. I don't know why, but
Mike, do you have an iPhone by chance?
Yeah, I don't know.
You want to know what you should do? You should go on Amazon. It's like $15. Get one of those mics. You just plug it into the bottom of it, and then you can hold it, and it's going to be clearer. I know you. I think you said too, like where your service or something sometimes is spotty, but
yeah.
But anyways, yeah.
I will.
Okay.
I'm going to get a new phone in a week or so. So, but yeah, I mean, watch these references, and there's so many of them, and some of the main characters in the ritual are in the first half hour.
Yes, and that to me, also the reason why this is going on. Nobody knows where Dylan and Bethany are. Nobody knows where Ethan and Xana are. Let's just keep that in mind. It's all speculative, right? They say we're at the Sigma, but like this timeline, Mike, if this is like a preamble to what's going to go down, and it's that movie and snuff film and whatever, this is right around the time that it would probably all start to happen. With if Ethan and Xana were first or whatever, right?
We knew for a long time that the police were trying to find out where Ethan and Xana's whereabouts were precisely for 5.5 hours. We don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, it's crazy. 5.5 hours. Unknown. Now, Tay's mom 1 just subscribed. Welcome aboard. Any thoughts on that, Mike?
Yeah, Tay's mom, one of Reed and Ben Utmore's friends, is Taylor. And I think she's the girl in the white jacket later on. And Tay's mom is her mom in the sorority. In the sorority, you've got big sisters, you got mothers and grandmothers in the heritage. So Tay's mom, the Kappas, is critical, and she just joined. So whatever anger that Taylor had against Kaylee, and also with Reed not liking her and having, one date and maybe one trip to the beach, that gives you a motive, I think.
Yeah. I agree. What's up, Rebel Angel? Hey guys, this is obviously not the time that I normally go live. If you guys could just rapidly quick just share the live or tap the screen, let people know. Usually on weekends I go on randomly, weeknights 7 p.m. Central, and if you don't subscribe to me on YouTube, please do, because I had to get a new channel as of May 1st. It's Birdie Bombshells. on YouTube, and the full lives are uploaded there. So if you miss anything, you can go on, and I have them uploaded by noon the following day. All right.
Please, baby, please.
Oh, I think, yeah, the climbing seems like a lot of fun. Yeah. It is pretty.
Oh,
pretty
I remember
intense.
something. I remember something, Mike, that we need to talk about real quick. What's this guy's last name?
Mortensen.
How wild is that?
Completely crazy.
It's crazy.
It's too much of a coincidence.
Yeah.
It's not crazy to see. They get 3 orders of the 5 cheese mac and cheese. Some of those people just like go.
Right. Oh, that dude's last name in the green, kind of the shorter guy. You can't see him right now. His last name is Mortensen. How crazy is that? So is it like family member? Is it a cousin? Brother? Allegedly, it's the brother, right?
Yep. And later on, he prepares the food for the Enon Arch-looking dude in the mystical robe, the sacred priest robe, and he makes jokes about it. The dish is called Two Dogs Mom, and he also prepares the girls' food. And they even make a comment over the Twitch stream and say the girls are ready for their food. So to think that there wasn't something suspicious about their food is nuts. They very easily could have put something in it.
Yeah. And then also, too, when we were breaking down Joe Vito, I'm not going to go in on him. He was like, they were drunk. They were climbing into the food truck. They were so drunk. I wish I would have just helped. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, they were drunk, but they're not drunk where they need help. Drunk needing help is like passed out on the ground, not moving, like, holy shit, do you need to go get your stomach pumped? Being a little bit tipsy in public after being at a college bar and stopping at a food truck where you're walking home and you're having somebody drive you home, they're consciously talking and making decisions.
Well, and there's some more virtue signaling. You know, I was just worried because they were sloppy and it was gross. And, you know, I could have helped, but I really didn't need to. And even Jack Showalter, it's my job to watch out for them, but I didn't. You know, and even the driver, the private driver, Eric Gower. Oh, it was my job to get him home safe, but I was more worried about myself. But, you know, that's reasonable. It's all this purposeful, lame exploit.
Well, and the whole theme of my streams this week has been, let's go back to the beginning. Let's go watch people that came out and tried to clear their names and talked about shit prior to us all knowing it. And let's go back and look at it. Like you got, we watched Inan say that he's not noticing anything, but he's like, well, there was a white Elantra, I think out of state plates that caught my eye that was parked up on the hill. That was like 14 or 15 days before, I think it was 16 days actually, before Koberger was even arrested. That's the one that you pick out? Really?
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, in a fancy rug reeler player's SUV.
Yeah.
Offer you tonight, man? Yep. All right, it's gonna be $30, man.
Alrighty. Oh yeah.
You tried to go on.
Yeah, I got it. Do you want to leave it?
No.
Okay. Oh, that's weird. We're balling on a budget here.
It's like a little sprinkle of them. Go get them. Just a.
Oh, Derek. I'm so excited to stop my own research.
There you
All
go.
right. Appreciate it, sir.
You guys have a nice night.
Thank you.
Someone said you just learned they have BK's K-bar. I don't think that it's actually his. I think they're going to display what it looks like. Am I correct in saying that? I don't think they have ever found the Schmurder weapon.
They don't have the knife.
No. I've seen a couple of people interpret it that way, that they're going to have it in a glass display case. I believe that it's just going to be to show what they're suspecting was used.
Tier list. So now I'm most there. Turns out the thing I was looking at.
Basil pesto?
Yeah. Go figure. Awesome. You do have.
Oh, that's it. It's gonna be $9.
This little break: 3 pork, 1 chicken taco, and a big burrito chicken. Love it.
I gotta say, sorry, now my brain is racing. If they have it, what does that mean? If. How would they have found it? How would that? I just don't get that. With everything else that is leaked or Steve's put out there, I think the odds of that are very low of happening. And I think it's more for the jury to get a visual of it.
Report one chicken.
Yes. And that's the barbecue. Then we do the mac of the week. 5 cheese, no crumbs, has bacon. 5 cheese, has bacon.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Here you go. Oh, you have a nice night. I'll have the...
Just so that this is inevitably out of the way and I don't fuck it up.
Alright, is it all for you tonight?
Peas? Go get them fried. What type of peas are you
It's gonna
normally
be $10.
Got a problem with green peas? Paloozer, you fucking know it.
There you go. Have a nice night, man.
Taze
No
Mall
crumbs
1.
at
Thank you
bacon.
very much for this
No,
song.
no crumbs at bacon. Yeah,
Alright, that's all.
Did you notice that, Mike?
Which part? The Palooza comment?
No. How long ago did Tay's Mom 1 pop up on screen as a subscriber? 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Now listen to him say that right here. Dylan's brother, listen to what he says.
There you go. Have a nice night, man.
Taze Mall
No crumbs
1.
at
Thank you
bacon.
very much for this
no,
song.
no.
That's what makes me think this shit's doctored. That was 5 minutes ago. Why would he just be saying it now? It already popped on screen.
He says, "Thank you so much for this song."
No, he
What
said
did he
Tay's Mom 1. Thank you so much for the sub.
Okay. Yeah, it may be that he's just busy because isn't he standing up now? Because I think that's Woodall. That's Joe Woodall, the manager, that says it.
Oh, I thought it was this guy in the green. I think it's him.
Even more than he's busy cooking. So yeah, it's a little suspicious, but I don't know if it means much.
It's just weird that it was on the screen. They played that whole thing. He didn't say it then. He said it 5 minutes later.
Yeah, well, it would be important to see who is out in the audience right now, sort of, or the street theater stage. But I can't find a pattern of names, comments, slams, and people. I mean, I'm sure there is one, but it's hard to figure it all out.
See? So she did do it. She didn't just enter. She subscribed. Now, maybe he did just see it. So there's that. Something that I didn't notice prior.
Yeah,
Alright, that's all for you tonight.
I knew that one was gonna get fucked up.
$10.25 for you.
Thank you.
It's like, oh no, if I had left it to my own devices, I would have fucked it up.
Green peas suck? Alright, but what peas do you like?
Thank you. Have a nice night. Yeah, you too.
I didn't ask if they suck. I said what type of peas are you normally looking at?
Can I get 3 chicken tacos?
Alright, anything else for you tonight?
All peas, Joe. He thinks all peas suck. He just
Alright,
hates
so
green.
$11.25 for you.
The most.
I'm confused, and I don't understand.
Alright, then we do the pulled pork.
Does anyone in here like the green peas?
Thank you very much.
Have a nice night in their mac of the week if they were ordering. Not me.
Personally, not really.
Can I get a mac and fire
Peas are fine.
with chicken?
Peas are fine. Carrots
Mac
are
and
fine.
fire with
broccoli
chicken, alright. Anything else for you?
Fine. Would never see
And then
that any
truffle
of it.
mushroom
Will eat it. Not a veggie guy.
with chicken. Ready for one burrito and 5.
Oh yeah.
Alright, was it all for you guys tonight?
Do they want to get the first one?
Thank you. I'll mention that.
$33.
They're telling you this fully like eating meals before work. 8 hours of sleep. It's
There you go. Have a nice night, guys.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Hi.
Can I do the barbecue chicken, please?
Alright, anything else for you tonight?
No, thank you.
Alright, it's gonna be $10.25.
Still begins the wave of mac, Joe.
good.
Oh, as I pull tacos. You wish. I did it first. But yeah, immediately after that, the big burrito chicken. 9 points. Just like that.
I'll point it out again. Just notice, no one's moving back here. It's so weird.
And I think your architect is on the screen right now. He's coming up to order in a few minutes. You're going to see the screen.
The enforcer.
It might. There's enforcer and then there's architect. I
Yep.
think it might. Not sure which is which yet, but this is
Okay.
This is one of the managers of the evening coming up.
Okay. Let me know when to pause it.
It's that easy. There you go. Have a nice night, man. Can I do the barbecue chicken? Steel chicken. Poser. It's $10.25.
Give me all your chicken, Joe.
Some people make the path. Some people just follow the path. They gotta follow.
You know, I said I was doing the barbecue chicken originally. He stole it from me.
Awesome, thank you. You guys have a nice night.
You too.
Can I get the carbonara?
Ready for that?
All right. Anything else for you, man?
That should be it.
All right. It's gonna be $10 for you.
Tacos.
Don't worry, Joe. There's a lot of max that go with those tacos.
Okay.
Y'all know about Bardock?
I don't. Tell me.
I don't.
Speak to me about Bardock.
Thanks.
This MF right here.
Yep. And notice how they switched the conversation from green peas as a derogatory comment. Now they're on Bardock and Goku and all this creepy symbolism. But yeah, look at that. You tell me that's not a costume, and then check out his mask and his face and his voice in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll stay zoomed in on him.
Huh? You have a nice night.
You too.
Hey, man.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing fun enough. How about you?
Good, good.
Yeah, can I just have a 5 cheese with bacon?
All right, that's all for you?
Yeah, that's all.
It's gonna be $10 for you.
All right.
Hey man, if they're in that fucking Lexus that cut around us and took my fucking spot.
Oh,
yeah.
it's Goku's dad. Bardock is Goku's dad.
No, I know, dude. I appreciate it.
Oh, I think. Oh, you got it.
I'm not gonna say more because I don't have much.
There you go.
Much more to say.
Have a nice night, man.
Don't worry about it. You're good.
How's it here? Because we watched this a week ago. He stands over there for like 15 minutes. But I want to know if people saw how creepy he is. His voice.
Yeah, let's go back. I also picked up on, again, I don't know what it is, but it popped into my head that there's like this sense of like his body language. I don't know why. In my mind, when I looked at him, it's just like there's this sense of like pride or excitement. Like he's like, he feels cool just the way he's standing. I don't know.
Yeah, the shit's about to go down. The street theater has launched, and there is, for the ritual, there is the architect.
Yep.
And a couple of minutes ago, the director of the film is on, and I'm told that they are also cousins. But you won't see the director and think it's who he is. You'll think he's too young or something. But he's a real director, and everything's real subtle. You know, Bardock is Goku's dad. I mean, that's an anime thing about, you know, pain and suffering and fighting against the world. But I researched all of that at the behest of some really smart people, and I thought, this is stupid. It's too complicated. But how does Tebow know about the anime affiliations of a customer?
Yeah.
And he's mentioned right before he walks up. Do you guys know about Bardock? You know, Bardock is Goku's dad. I mean,
that's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So watch him again and listen to his creepy ass voice and his lines. He's giving lines. He's not just talking.
Mercedes says too, he's got on black gloves. Black glove was found at the house. Good
Incidentally, when I started watching, I learned about the case and I started watching the food truck. That's the first guy I noticed. So later on, when other people connected him to Linda Lane and showed me at Linda Lane, I was blown away.
Wait, that old guy's at Linda Lane?
The guy in the hat.
What?
He's at Linda Lane.
When?
I told you this like a month ago.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I do remember that, but I never looked at it.
Yeah, you can see him, and my friend improved the footage. You can see him. He's one of the ones walking out at 4:22 and getting in that truck.
Holy
And
shit.
You can see that same outfit. So he's the architect.
Dude. Christ. Wow. We will look at let's watch him again, and then I want to go try to find that.
It's hard.
What's that?
It's hard to see him, but if you improve the footage from the main Linda Lane camera just a little bit, you can see him in that hat and that outfit walking across.
Yeah, we'll watch him again, and then I'll go find it, and I'll take a screenshot of this guy too, so we can put it side by side.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. You guys have a nice night.
You too.
Can I get the carbonara?
Ready for that?
All right. Anything else for you, man?
That should be it.
All right. It's gonna be $10 for you.
Tacos.
Don't worry, Joe. There's a lot of max that go with those tacos.
Okay.
Y'all know about Bardock?
I don't. Tell me.
I don't.
Speak to me about Bardock.
Thanks so much.
Huh? You have a nice night.
You too.
Hey, man.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing fine enough. How about you?
Good, good.
Yeah, can I just have a 5 cheese with bacon?
All right. That's all for you?
Yeah, that's all.
It's gonna be $10 for you.
All right.
Hey, man, if they're in that fucking Lexus that cut around us and took my fucking spot.
Oh, yeah. It's Goku's dad. Bardock is Goku's dad.
No, I know, dude. Appreciate it.
Oh, I think. Oh, you got it.
I'm not gonna say more because I don't have much.
There you go.
Much more to say.
Have a nice night, man.
Don't worry about it. You're good.
You ever do a chili mac? Beer chorizo?
I'm sorry, man, but that is clearly lines in a play.
It is. It doesn't flow at all. Again, guys, we are watching a food truck to show like drunk college kids pretty much is the entertainment ordering food. It's the weirdest stream ever.
Yeah, and their other streams are not as weird because there isn't a ritual going down. And this is the night when the biggest case in history has happened. Certainly the biggest case of this century. And they're talking about, 5 cheese and bacon, and slicing up stuff the right way. And I mean, come on, how obvious do you have to be?
Right. Not this Linda Lane footage, the parking one.
I might want to save time, I'll show you one of the still shots, screenshots from the improvement.
Okay, can you email me it? It's birdiebombshell00@gmail.
Yeah, I'll email it.
Okay. Sometimes I like just kind of going through here and seeing what other people have put up, and I haven't always seen everything.
What state was licensed out of Idaho? Height?
Whoa. Wow, that's a great catch. It's a Prius. Yes, I can, Belky. Thank you for reminding me. All right. True crime design witness, Idaho. Which video is it? Belky, which video is it? Belky. A witness comes forward. I know. Which video though? It was the first video on the last screen. Oh, a witness. This one? This one? Oh shit! I didn't even see that. Oh, this is Dot. This is Dot. There's a whole story about it. I mean, I'll play it. Chat, do you guys want me to play it? I don't know if you guys have ever heard about all the stuff. Yeah. All right, I'll play it. I don't know how it's all lies, everybody. Allegedly, it's all lies. But so pretty much this person joined a live stream of a creator saying that they created a profile just to hop onto this live, and the username was just a period. And now Dot was exposed as a scammer. Now, chat, are we all agreeing that it was actually a scammer, or is it one of those things where it's like, oh, that's debunked? So whatever. I mean, I'll play it. It's interesting. It is interesting. I'll give you guys that. But just know that none of this, none of this is real. They admitted it themselves, as Sarah just said. So, but I will play it for people curious.
That there were at least two of the people. They were mutilated. I don't know what I can say. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. But I can say that they were. It was not like somebody had a butcher knife or anything like that. Like the wounds were equivalent to something that was much like huge gaping wounds. Not like
maybe like a machete.
Like I'm talking like if you think about being a hunter and if you think about a deer and all that, if you can go through that process in your head, like it was to that equivalent, if not worse, like gaping wounds. So it was not just like a stabbing situation. It was really like something very sinister.
How do you know that? How do you know that? If I
Well, I know from Dylan.
So
He's told me from what Hunter knew.
Yeah, this chick is just out of her mind.
Yeah.
I sent you that single shot, and you'll through.
So let me ask: was that first person Dot? Because this makes it sound like now it's Dot talking. Was that first person Dot? Has anybody confirmed that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the woman,
okay.
Woman's voice is her.
Because it's the same voice. Yeah. Okay. So again, that has been exposed as somebody just trying to get clout.
Did I spell it right? There it is. Now that is one photo from the 422 timeline from the Linda Lane cam, and it's just been perfected. It hasn't been changed or anything.
Yep.
That person comes out about 4:20. Imagine that time 4:20 a.m. and heads to that one truck, SUV, whatever the hell it is.
Holy fuck.
That's him.
Wow. That is crazy. You can see the hat right here.
Yep. So my idea was whether, I don't know which one he is. I haven't figured out the exact twins virtual roles, but certainly he was leaving the house at 4:20, walks through Queen Road parking lot over to Linda Lane, and right in front of the camera gets in that truck. And I'm told that that truck is Ben's, his cousin, the guy running circle in a square. If you blow up that truck and you listen to it, then they've got other photos of Ben's truck. But that's clearly our guy.
Beer, chorizo, chili, I believe. Yeah,
So for everybody wondering, we're talking about this guy right
can
here.
I just have 5 cheese with bacon?
All right, that's all for you?
Yeah, that's all.
Look at his outfit. I screenshotted it. Wow. Let's see if we can do some enhancing ourselves here. And it's like you can see the mask is now pulled down. This is from the Linda Lane footage. Do you guys realize that? Holy shit. It's still making, like, Mike, you told me about this a month ago. I've never put them side by side.
Isn't that amazing?
That is Mike, you get the top dog, brother. I think this is your first one.
My first top dog award.
Congrats, bro. Well done.
That is 422 on Linda Lane.
It's 422 on Linda Lane. The gentleman that you see here seems out of place in the food truck footage here. This is earlier in the night. And then you go to the Linda Lane footage. Somebody got this screen grab. Mike sent it to me. I don't know about you guys. That sure as shit looks like it to me. I'm going to try to do. Oh, you know what we should do? Hang on. All right. Give yourself a prompt that allows you to see what a blurry image is showing that you as AI can see that us humans cannot, and then recreate a crystal clear image that would show us what you are reading the photo as. And then I'm going to upload that picture. I'm excited for this one. Whoops. I'm going to lose my mind if this. See, this is crazy. It's picking up a raccoon. That's clearly not. That is like the last thing that I just expected for that to show. ChatGPT gets the clown horn today. Oh no. Oh no, my clown horn.
Well, I think it's highly suspect, and that's what I think the future we need to compare people at the food truck over to Linda Lane.
Yeah.
We need to do more of that type of work because there's so much going on in the parking lot. We all know it. They keep telling us, it's nothing, conspiracy theory, blah blah blah. I don't believe it. You're telling us exactly what's happening at the events of the evening at the food truck display, the street theater, and then it goes down, and we've even seen very intelligent footage of that explosion from that same camera at Linda Lane. There's like a little explosion that goes off, and it sets off phones and car alarms. But it's just a little explosion to create smoke. So, come on, man.
Yep. All right, I told it to replicate human characteristics.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's just picking up on the wrong artifacts and creating a photo.
Here, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to say this. Are these two humans the same people in these photos based on the human characteristics that you are picking up? Please replicate a clear photo if these are the same people, and recreate the blurry image. Use the prompt from earlier, but add in human characteristics to show us who is in the photo that you as AI can see that we cannot. All right, I'll upload both. I don't know. It looks like it to me, though. Even just like that small thumbnail picture you guys can see on screen looks like him. Someone said he looks like the Hamburglar.
He does. He's a raccoon in the trash.
Yeah.
Digging through.
What's interesting, though, is the face of this guy has stayed the same. You know what I mean? So that's interesting to me. That even before this photo of the actual screenshot was uploaded, these look to be like the same eyes that it picked up on. You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Yeah, totally.
Which? All right, let's get nuts. All right, so we are investigating the Idaho 4 case, and we believe that it is the person that we see on the food truck footage who is at the scene of Linda Lane, which is blurry, hence the reason I asked if it was the same person. Now, I want you to put your tinfoil hat on and act as the world's best conspiracy theorist, contrarian thinking detective, and speculate on who this would be. That's interesting. It says like a deep cover CI or Fed asset, but then it also says a fixer or a cleaner. So it does say it's plausible depending on it's similar build, posture, clothing, matching low interaction. Blurred figure appears to be crouched, moving tactically. I don't know. That hat just seems wild. That is crazy, Mike. That is so crazy.
And I really think that is your senior director. You know, the enforcer may be one of those giant dudes, big guys at the drug truck.
I want to see. All right, let's edit this. Oops. Shit. What am I doing here? All right. Let's edit this and let's do no filter. Okay, that's fucking terrifying. Sorry for the language. Look at the eyes. Oh, never mind. I thought those were just eyes. Let's see if we can colorize this. It's so weird that every time it's got the guy crouching with a mask on.
Well, the picture on the right definitely shows him leaving at the critical time. So, you know, he could have been the finisher. if the TOD shows to be, 4 a.m. ish, which I don't think it's going to, but he could have been a cleaner. He could have been in there.
What I see, he's crouched. This would be his left shoulder, right shoulder, knee, his arm down here. Does that look like a very sharp, pointy object, everybody?
Well, you have to remember that he's in the lower parking lot, which is significantly lower than the upper. So he made this appearing to be crouched. He's walking, I think, to that truck, because if you watch the little video clip, you see a person moving at 422, gets in that truck, and they haul ass at 423. So that's the info, basically. So AI and ChatGPT may just be picking up on the thing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes. And hang on. I said, who do you think it is? Look into Masons and other occult members in the area and speculate a name. Now, again, this is speculation, but it did give me a name. Holy shit. It says this is constructed name based on real overlapping data sets, local rumors, and behavioral profiling.
Oh my God. That's the first name of his cousin. Go back up a little.
Hang on. Sorry. Former WSU PhD dropout. Masonic ties through Latah Lodge 5. Briefly involved in campus security consulting. Known for gray hoodie face. What the fuck? Rumored to have a dispute with a TA over misuse of surveillance gear on students. Went silent in forums shortly after the unalivings. What the hell?
Oh my God.
Wait, what the actual F? What?
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit. What did I just download? How is there nothing on him? This is crazy. I'm just shocked right now. I'm going to say also keep in mind the person is not crouching. This is the Linda Lane footage, so it only shows the top half.
Well, and he's walking across the bottom half, so he's lower.
And he is on a lower level. Has anybody ever done Koberger's name in it? Well, that's crazy. Phoenix, you are never going to believe what we just saw and found, what Mike Wimmer just showed us. Do you see this photo on the screen? The photo, here, I'll let her up. Come on. Where are you at? There she is. Phoenix.
I missed you guys. What time did you jump in?
I started at about 2 hours and some change ago. This is nuts. Do you remember this dude?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a screen grab. Mike had this sent from Lingo Lane.
Doesn't look like a college student to me, but it looks like a professional.
And then do you see that point?
Yeah.
Then I asked AI to build a profile, and it gives a name. It says former WSU PhD dropout from criminology or behavioral psych, Masonic ties through a paternal uncle in Latah Lodge number 5, briefly involved in campus security consulting, known for wearing gray hoodies, face coverings, and being reclusive, may have been used as a shadow observer in a federal sting operation. Again, it's crazy, but it's like also like rumored to have a dispute with a TA over misuse of surveillance gear on students.
But that's him.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. Did you see what I found last night?
Yeah. I will say this is all speculation because Jordan brought that up. He's like, AI also gave us a raccoon. So there's that. Right? Like,
yeah.
But it's still crazy.
You got to be open minded. But why is he all covered when half those kids aren't?
That's what I want to know. What did you find?
So did you see? Okay. Now, last night I went live. I didn't know what happened to you, dude, but it's all good. I figured you needed a night off with the wife.
So I got a tattoo that took way longer than I thought.
What'd you get?
Well, it looks like a blob right now because I got
birdie.
No, I got the second skin on it, so it like
holds that's all the
cool.
Natural
fluid. But it's like this hole is like it's all traditional on this arm, so it's a cobra.
Cool.
Yeah.
So last night. I thought, okay, why would the judge be so darn upset with the release of the Dateline special? And I look back and I thought, well, one thing that they talked about that we didn't know is that car almost hit someone.
That's right.
So I went through and I watched it on the TV, and then I went online and I looked for a clip, and I found that there were people outside because Dateline said someone got hit. Someone almost got hit. And so I went through that whole clip and I found where people were standing by the dumpster outside of the 1112 King Road. Not that dumpster, another dumpster from the 112 King Road when they had the pumpkins on the porch and it was looking out at that other house.
Oh, yeah. New footage from...
There were people outside at 402 standing around, and the lights come in and it shines on them.
Yes.
And I thought, whoa. And I figured it out yesterday. I was like, should I share it? Should I not share it? Because Dateline was slammed in court for releasing something. And I think that was it, in my humble opinion. So if you go to the dumpster right there, you blow that up by that truck, there are 3 people. I asked AI to clean it up what my human eye couldn't see.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people right by the dumpster, 3 people. So it was wild.
Yeah, let's see if we can see it.
I did find a little more out last night that I went live. I went solo, dude.
How was it?
It was good. I put some context in of some of the things that were online back then that people thought were conspiracy theories back then and plugged it in, and I put a whole timeline together basically to the fact allegedly the only reason why Bethany knew what happened was that Dylan told her everything that was happening. One, she couldn't hear much. That's why allegedly she's hiding. And the only reason they let her live is there was a rumor she was pregnant.
What the fuck?
Allegedly.
Damn. I mean,
it was wild.
So, is this the dumpster?
That's the dumpster, but you got to go at 402.
Oh, at 402.
Yeah, anytime around there. Anytime around there, 402.
Okay.
But that video that they shared on Dateline, it skips around because it shows different angles. And so one right there, see how it's shining on them?
Right here. 1, 2,
yeah,
3.
You can see it clear. 3 people standing out there. I don't know if this is allegedly when someone was dropped off at the house because it already happened, or they could hear what was going on. So if there's more witnesses that know than those that don't know, they heard something.
Wow.
And if they were undercover or if they actually participated, we don't know, but there were more people around. So don't tell me those people couldn't hear what was going on.
Yeah, that's definitely people standing. And I'm colorizing this right now.
And I'm wondering if it was those from that frat house, right down a little bit, that were caught on cop cam. Because they could see right through there. They could see at that angle. If you bring up the maps, I brought up the map, and you can see at that angle. And if this got out, that means that more people knew about this.
Well, and I think it's been a theme kind of what we've been. No, how do I get this off? I don't want this. Get off. How do I? All right.
But that's a great find, Mike. How in the world did you find that? You must have combed.
I've had it for a while, but one of my friends actually improved the photo for us. I always was suspicious of that parking spot that he's walking to at Linda Lane. I'm sure you are too, because the famous truck pulls away at 423. So if you just put a little time to it, this person was at the food truck launching, the events of the evening, and then 6 hours later, he's leaving the scene of the crime.
So,
oh, that's a great find, dude. Awesome job.
That is a great find. And this is current, so this is the patch of dirt where the house was.
Yeah, you could see a straight shot from that dumpster.
The camera's here where the pumpkins are on this thing. Here's the dumpster. Here's where the people are. You would...
Yes.
And what's interesting, somebody in the chat just said, too...
That
there's 3 male DNA found. 3 people.
I don't know. AI said there were 2 girls and 1 guy there. I don't know if that's accurate. Of course, it's AI, and we can't humanly see who that is. But someone said that truck leaves around, I think, 4 something. You did.
Yeah.
That truck?
Mike did.
With the one right here that we're looking at?
Yeah.
Is that the white truck from earlier too?
I thought so too, but I don't know.
Well, and I think that if it's blocked out, the truck in the front facing us, I think that's a Jeep. Because my same friends did a lot of research on that specific vehicle, not the white truck, the one facing us, when it looks like there's people next to it. And they said that's a Jeep. And those Utmore cousins also own an old white Jeep SUV like that.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. Purple People Eater, you can request again. Sorry.
But then again, Bertie, if you pull up that map,
Yep.
that frat house where they were right there, that they were right across the street from that white square building,
Yep.
that frat house right there on King, the end house.
Right here.
You can also see the 1122 from the roof. So in the cop cam, you can also see straight across the house itself when it was there.
Well, and that is Adam and Jack DeCour's house. That house.
Yeah. So isn't that odd? Because now I believe in everything because I'm open-minded.
Yep.
There was a psychic that connected with Kaylee. Allegedly, Jack was outside watching, but he couldn't stop it.
Really?
And I thought, whoa, that's interesting. The events had to take place. And that's the rumor that perhaps Bethany could have been pregnant by Jack. And I thought, this is just way too much. But then it's a possibility because that's why they allegedly said the rumor was they let Bethany live. And Bethany doesn't know much except for what DM has told her allegedly. And so she had to go with DM's story, that we know that is consistently changing.
Yeah. And I brought up Purple People Eater, hilarious username. Second favorite to the Chantilly lace with the resting bitch face. I think that's the coolest one.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not purple.
Yeah. So what's up? How you doing, Purple People Eater?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. So you were saying that you think this might be that diesel truck heard at 415.
Yeah, because if you watch the Linda Lane after, I think it was like 415, 416 in that area, you can see a truck come up, and I know it's a truck because we all know that it dips down on Linda Lane.
Yep.
Yes.
And you can see more of the headlights, so it's got to be a truck. It's sitting a little higher than most cars. And when it pulls back out, you can hear the distinct sound of a diesel.
Yes. Yeah.
Whose truck is that?
I have no idea.
No, and I'm trying to figure out: is it an extended cab, or does it just look like that because of the shadows?
Move over just a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's because of the shadows. There's another dumpster.
No, that's a 4-door. That's a 4-door because you can see the door handle.
And you guys know which one I'm referencing in that footage where they're walking, where Kaylee and Maddie and Jack Showalter are saying, like, you told Adam everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's also I think the same one that's in the video that Xana did at the corner, where she talks about how she was going to go work for Vandal Solutions.
Yes, and she did work for property management, Bertie. Did you know that? Xana did work for 2 property management companies. So if she worked with property management companies, she worked with our friend.
Holy shit.
Ploge. I think it was Ploge.
Plouse. And
Ploge. Yeah, something like Ploge.
Oh my God. She worked with Alpha.
She might know our friend. And the other flip side to that is that the truck that you are looking at, that we are all talking about, if that was if it's Jack's, then of course it would be parked there because he lives across the street.
Yeah. and this is from when this all first came out. I was trying to find what I thought was like the make and model. I couldn't find a good image of the Dodge because obviously it's not a dually. But oh, come on, paste. I'm going to be pissed if I just did all that and now it doesn't even paste.
So like I said last night, of course, if Brian knew who did it, but he's not the one that did it, then he's giving this alternative perpetrator theory and has given names. You know, they are probably already looking for people.
I don't think that that's a stretch by any means. And here. So I think it's a Dodge in the, obviously this is not the Dodge. But to me.
Now, the other one looked like an older truck in the Linda Lane footage. And there is a couple of different photos during the day that shows that truck there still. I don't know if it is there today, but there's still footage that shows the older truck there.
Yeah, and this part of it looks more like a Dodge. Now, I think, though, in the Linda Lane footage, it did have these vertical style handles, which is what you'd see on an F-150. So it does look similar. I would guess that it's probably the truck that we saw driving behind Xana.
That one day, yeah.
Yeah.
And that one looked like that one actually looked like it was an older Ford model.
It did, yeah. Or maybe it was a Chevy. Yes, but we all know that, I know at least the truck that you're referencing that drives behind Xana, yes.
I have one little more piece of information if y'all want to know.
Of course we do, Phoenix. Let us have it.
So I dug deep going back to the beginning, and allegedly on a Bookface post, it was old news, but I dug it up and I was like, holy freaking moly. The reason this shakedown happened, I think there were two different things that happened that night. One allegedly with the frats, and the other allegedly having to do with the rug Take Back America, right?
Yep.
Operation Take Back America is huge. If you don't know, go research it. It all overlapped on the maps that we've been talking about: Idaho, Utah, Arizona, Washington, all across that whole area where this rug trafficking was heavy. Now,
that Enan Harsh mentioned on the license plates.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. All the ones that he did. He mentioned them all.
I felt like I was watching somebody on bath salts try to talk, watching the whole interview. I literally feel like I don't even know what I watched.
I got home at 1:32, 2:33, somewhere in there. I don't know. I heard a scream, but it really wasn't a scream. I thought it was a party.
It's an amphitheater.
Maybe I was.
Can't really hear it.
Maybe I was dreaming.
You know, by the way, Brian did it because they have a white Elantra without a state plate.
Yeah. What a maniac.
Well, they threw him under the bus. I'm telling you. The most likely one that didn't have a deal already, they threw under the bus.
Yeah.
The grub bus?
Yeah, the grub bus. Oh, God.
That grub bus.
We threw him under the grub bus, and we don't know, like, because they have tacos, and I don't know. I'm cold here in my semi truck.
And it wasn't about the big rumor. I mean, come on, you guys. How can you flush 200K of drugs? That was the rumor. How can you possibly do that? And they were trying to get him out of the toilet. No.
Oh, remember, it was 15K in the beginning, and then it went to 30, then it went to 50, then 100. I heard 275 the other day, and I'm like, that's not even a round number.
Yeah, I heard 275. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Okay, so the big rumor is allegedly, I told Adam everything. Adam was Jack's roommate. Adam also was at the bar. He was allegedly the bartender. Maddie allegedly told Adam about the whole rumor that DM was alleged to make up that Jack and Bethany were together and that she was allegedly going to have a baby. So that's why they spared Bethany. Allegedly, this is all rumored.
Is that
this
why
is
we're not
all
seeing her? Is that why we're not seeing her? Is it because she's pregnant? Holy, or
That's
she
what I'm
was.
wondering.
Wow.
I don't know. It's already been way past that time. She's in college in Nevada. She's about to graduate and go into a marketing job. Now, allegedly, that whole story was started by DM, the same person that invited Kaylee back that weekend.
People forget about that.
So,
go ahead.
So is it alleged that Bethany was with Decor, Jack Decor?
Yes,
because
it was
Jack Decor was at the corner club that night too with them.
It was all alleged, but Kaylee was cool with it. Kaylee didn't care. Kaylee was moving on. She was moving the next morning to go to Austin. She was ready to G-O.
Yeah.
She had been staying after the June finished up at school. She was staying with her family. She was good to go.
I also think that a lot of people forget, because again, you don't hear it on the news at all, that DM was the one that invited Kaylee back to be a +1. So
yes,
people forget that, and they bring up, oh, she wanted to show Maddie, her best friend, her new car, or oh, she wanted whatever it is. People forget that DM invited her back, and then we have no idea where DM or Bethany are that entire night, and clearly Kaylee and Maddie are not with them. And if they did even go to a dance or whatever it was, who knows? But it looks like DM just ghosted her.
Well, from my understanding, the DM was supposed to take her to the dance on Friday night.
On Friday
not
night.
Saturday.
Okay.
It was supposed to be Friday. And not only did she ask her to come back, she physically went to her house to have her come back.
What the hell?
She drove to Coeur d'Alene. Yes, she drove to her house and actually asked her to come back.
You want to be my +1?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that would guarantee her being there that weekend. That's wild.
Yes.
I've never heard that before. So allegedly, she came back to attend the dance. The next night was the Sigma Chi dance that Ethan was going to. And I guess they just stayed because Kaylee and Maddie were going to go out. And they did. And so the rumor is that how BK connects, allegedly, he was the rug reeler for Wasu. And he had a connection behind the house where EB and D already had a deal.
Wow.
And he was that connection, and they called him to help.
Well, you also have to remember, too, Maddie wasn't supposed to be there that weekend either. She was supposed to be leaving that weekend. The only reason she stayed was because Kaylee was coming down.
Kaylee. But here's the kicker. Here's the kicker why Maddie was the target alleged. This is all alleged, all speculation, all taken, and I dug and tried to find
Maddie?
All the comments. Maddie. Maddie was going to tell who was running rugs out of the house.
Wow.
She was ready to go tell all the connections. She knew what was going on.
So do you think that, let's just, I'll just ask, do you guys think that Dylan was a part of this setup?
Allegedly, I believe so, yeah.
I do too.
If I had to give my humble opinion, I believe so. She's the one that's been telling this whole story.
Mm-hmm.
And allegedly, she's the one, obviously we see it in documents, the story keeps changing, and sadly. But she's a victim. The judge wants you to tell that she's a victim, but she's also a witness, in my humble opinion, allegedly. Speculation.
See, I have an issue with that witness part where she says that I came eye to eye with him. There's no way. Because in my mind, I'm thinking one of two things. Either A, you're lying, because why were you spared? If he came eye to eye with you after he had just unalived 4 other people, why were you spared? Or you know exactly who it is, and you know if you tell more than what you've already said, you could be the next person.
Well, allegedly, Dylan went to the ATM the morning before they started the cleanup or something like that.
Yeah.
This is all alleged, all speculation.
I've heard that.
And she met with Brian, allegedly, to pay him. Pay him for what? Cleaning supplies? What?
This
is
shit
that
is
the ATM
crazy.
transaction that they have him at?
Well,
they have him going to the ATM that next morning.
They allegedly, well, we know by court documents, they have pulled everyone's financials to line them up.
That makes so much sense.
And they subpoenaed his cryptocurrency to see if he got paid. Remember I told you either he is the advisor on how to do this and how to do it right. He is innocent. Well, I've already taken that one off the table because we know he's a part of this somehow. But now I always said, is the enforcer. I don't think he was the enforcer. I think he was the advisor. And Wasu Kim said he's the mastermind.
Well, you also have to remember in the Ashley Banfield interview, Steve says that he wishes that they would have asked for more warrants. He said that he knows there's bank accounts that Kaylee had that were not gotten warrants for. Because he says it in the Banfield interview that they just had like in the last month.
Can I ask a question about this entire case? Because as I'm hearing everybody's thoughts and everybody in the chat, here's what I'm going to predict. I'm going to predict that by the end of this thing, it's really going to be incredibly different than what we all expect. I think it's going to be something that's like, holy shit, there's no way that we could have made these connections without certain information that they've withheld, or they put out false information for some larger picture. But how do you guys explain, with the quote unquote leaks that have happened, how is there no photos of the bodies, of the crime scene, no autopsy leaks, no coroner leaks? What do you guys make of that? Because that's the biggest, like, how is that the case? When the house is getting torn down, obviously they probably would have cleaned up the biohazard stuff, but like, you don't really see anything. It was boarded up. What do you guys make of that? The no bodies. I just don't get it.
Now, there was video of a truck backing up. They put tarps up, and I think that's when they... Yeah, it was like a big corner truck. And it looked like that's possibly when the bodies were removed. Out of respect for the families, they put the tarps up on both sides so no one could see what was going on and what was being removed.
That's what I think too. I think that's when they did it too.
Well,
now that's a possibility.
But also, are they having a coroner or anybody who did the autopsy testify?
They're out of Seattle. I believe they will be.
Okay.
Well, no, that one was out of Spokane.
Spokane,
their autopsies were done out in Spokane.
And they will testify.
I'm sure
I would assume they have to, because they would be the ones that would be able to testify to like the wounds and, you know, any stomach content, which would actually tell you if Xana actually had the DoorDash and ate it or not.
Yes.
Or didn't.
Because you look at Venmo transactions. Look, 412 is, in my opinion, I've had my fair share of late nights, and I'm sure that I've had food that late. But if I had pizza earlier in the night and had Venmo'd my boyfriend for it, I don't know if I'm ordering food again at 412 that late in a town like that. Like, how many DoorDash drivers are even working at that time? And a lot of restaurants, I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm more so curious what you just said, Purple People Eater. This is so weird to say, like, what is the stomach contents? Because it tells a huge, everybody's always wondered about the DoorDash order. It makes no sense on the timeline on an already, like Sammy T Mafia said, like a 2000s pair of jeans, like Britney Spears era tight, where you bend over and your butt crack shows. Like, that's how tight this timeline really is. It's crazy.
My brother's a medic, and he always told me that the body will speak a story. Every piece of it, the heart, the liver, every piece of it, the stomach, every piece of it will tell a story as to the time of unaliving what you had or hadn't had.
Have you guys ever seen this story? Have you guys ever heard the story of, there was a victim of a unaliving? This girl was schmurdered. They used her heart and gave it as a transplant to somebody. And the victim, or the person who received the heart, started having dreams as if she was the victim and solved the schmurder.
Yep, I've heard of that.
I have chills.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
It's crazy. I want to try to find
But actually, if you go down a rabbit hole of people who have acquired other organs in organ transplants, you would actually be surprised at how many of them actually start to have feelings and visions of being the other person.
Yeah, here's the
and what
video
the other
of it.
person's life was like.
Yes, here's the video of it. This is profound, honestly.
An 8-year-old girl who received the heart of another little girl. The heart transplant was successful, but something happened almost immediately. She began having a dream, and it was a bad dream, over and over and over again. So the doctor set her up with a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist recognized immediately this wasn't a typical dream. It had the characteristics of a memory. So they brought in a forensic artist so that the girl could detail to the artist all of the clues and the memories that she was having as she was going through this dream. And she said the dream always begins at night, and she's in the woods, she's in a forested area, and she's running very fast because someone is chasing her. And she trips and she falls, and the man catches up with her, and he begins to assault her. He looks her in the eyes, and he said very specific words to her. She recounted these words to the forensic artist, and then the man killed her. He took her life. The artist now has an image, a rendering from the girl's memory in the dreams of the man that she saw, and the artist now has the words that the man was speaking as he was taking this girl's life. And this information was put out to the authorities, and it wasn't long before they found a man that matched the description. And when they brought him in, under questioning, very quickly, he broke down. And he admitted that he had actually killed the girl. And here's the key. When the interrogators were asking him the details, he recounted the very words to them that the young girl had shared with the artist that were revealed to her in her dream. It was based on this evidence that the man is convicted, sentenced, and he is now serving time for the murder of this young girl. And it is only possible because the memory of the girl who was killed was preserved in the cells of her heart that are now in the body of the new recipient. That is how real the memory is in our heart.
It's crazy, and I've shared this before, but I don't know what it is. We can't measure it, call it scientifically, but like the gut instinct, the gut feeling, you feel it in your heart. I believe that like your other organs all have like their own brains and processes. And there's a reason why it's like everybody knows, like, I just felt something in my gut to not do that. I think it's like something that we just can't explain yet. Mm-hmm. And that's a great example of it. But I'd be so curious. I'd be so curious if, as you said, I think you said your brother works in the medical field.
Yeah, he's a medic.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a powerful statement to say, like, look, that the body's going to tell a story. And, you know, I can't wrap my head around this being, I can't wrap my head around being, like when they started the Dateline documentary, I've said this, it drove me up a wall when they asked that roommate who moved out's mother, so why do you think he did this? And she just goes, because they're beautiful. And it's got to be something more than that, guys. I just don't think that that's what we watched with how brutal it was and how the timeline was. Yeah.
No, last night I shared.
Yeah.
It was survival. That's what I'm thinking, because there was a bigger operation at play, a bigger federal operation. The girls were saying that they felt like one of them was being stalked. Well, if they're being watched by the feds, you feel you're being watched.
Yeah.
It's watched. It's surveillance. It's not stalking, okay, because they have the authority to do that. And on top of it, if you think about the analogy and the operation, I mean, what's the first thing that BK went and did? He got to a pool party, got people's numbers because he was in the rug scene at the pool party. He was dropped in there right away, when he got there.
Which, again, people thought that I was batshit crazy for saying this. Guys,
no,
I really believe that it's not far-fetched to think that Brian was working with the police, whether he's a CI or some sort of informant, and he was doing it. He had a history of it. He was brought out there for this. Now, again, whatever your brain can logically wrap your head around, they do that. They've done much wilder shit than, place a new student to be undercover. But I just think that whether it's he's doing it on his own or he's doing it with the cops, I tend to lean more with the cops because he was under surveillance prior to the unalivings. The feds came in right away. It just, there's other aspects that tend to make me believe that he was placed purposefully.
Now let's think about this logically, and this is the key, is that he goes to a pool party and he gets people's numbers. Not that he's Rico Suave and all Jake Gyllenhaal handsome. He gets numbers for what purpose? To either buy rugs or they want rugs. Think.
Yep. And I just got an email from Holistic Hippie. Shout out to you. Which again, birdieBombshell00@gmail.com. If you guys got some shit that you want me to show on screen, that's so much easier for me to pull it up. Look at how quick that was compared to me having to go on my phone and upload it. It's awesome. Here was something that was found prior to getting scrubbed from DM. So here's what the top says, because I can't zoom in on this, so I'll read it for you guys. Excuse me. Oh, I got a treat for y'all. I'm from Moscow. Look what I found that was scrubbed off the internet the day after the unalivings, but a friend of mine had a screenshot. She's a dishonest one, ain't she? This throws off the whole timeline. Where's Steve? He's got to see this. So it says, well, first off, we heard Xana and Ethan come home first, and we talked to them. They were both drunk, and that's when we went to bed. We live on the 3rd floor and always lock our doors to prevent people from stumbling into our rooms. We're used to the noise because it's a party house. We were up late this night and didn't come downstairs until noon when the cops came to investigate. We came downstairs and we saw the bodies bound and gagged and blood everywhere. So much blood. We didn't make the phone call. We didn't know who did. What the hell?
That's the second time I've seen that, because I actually have a screenshot of it where Tiny actually came up on my live and showed it because she had got a screenshot of it before it got scrubbed.
And somebody said this. I just thought that they don't live on the 3rd floor.
Nope, they do not. Mm-mm.
Unless they meant.
Nope.
What a weird way to describe the bottom level as the 3rd floor. 4 minutes passed after seeing social media posts or Snapchat messages. What version was given to her? Defendant's objection to state's motion and text message testimony. All right.
Yeah, we know who Jenna is.
Well, you also have to remember. You also have to remember the McClure family actually has a building at U of I that is in their name.
Mm-hmm.
That is their name.
What does the shirt say? Can you guys make that out? It says, if I had just lost my 4 friends, not sure I'd appreciate the shirt choice.
That one I don't know.
4 lifers? Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
Sorry, Mrs. Birdie is having a crash out in the middle of Costco with how long the line is today.
Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah. She's like, Costco is literally a living hell right now.
And you sent her alone in the wild?
Yeah, well, she had to go to a wedding shower today, and then she planned a birthday party for me tonight, so we got a bunch of friends coming over. She got me Danish layer cake, and if you've never had that, holy hell, go get yourself some. It's the best kind of cake, in my opinion. All right.
Danish layer. Oh my gosh, I can imagine just a regular Danish.
It's
so
amazing.
this is like 3 or 4 tiers of Danish?
Yes. It was our wedding cake, too. It's delicious. Man, hey, Holistic Hippie, you get a top dog.
Yeah,
These are unbelievable. Good. Send me some more shit to put on screen if you got it, because this is crazy. Is this another reason why they changed the timeline of when the Idaho 4 happened? This was posted at 3:33 a.m. on November 13th, 2022. I remember when this came out.
And that's inside the house, because that's in the living room.
Oh my God, my heart is racing.
Because the wall behind them is the wall for the bathroom that is attached to Xana's room.
And it was said, allegedly, whoever did this took a shower in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I want to see something here. What is this stuff?
Who is the other person?
Those look like cords, like extension cords.
Yeah.
Probably a cord for the sign for the light.
Yeah.
Who is the other girl?
Well, that's who
Is that Jenna? Could that be Jenna?
Maybe,
of.
I don't know. Oh, if they went to the dance Friday night, the night before, did she take Jenna to the dance? Then that would be the picture of the dance.
What is this arrow pointing to? Just that it's a white car? Because this is on that roof. Or no. Yes.
You can see from that roof. Yes, right there. The last house you can see from the roof. Not
here.
that house.
No, I'm
the
sorry.
other house.
Here?
That house.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oops. Oh, bruises? Wait, what does this show? Bruises? Holistic Hippie, do you want to come up? Nope, you don't have to. I was just, if you want to explain
Okay,
it.
so it says Friday night she was supposed to take Kaylee to the dance with her, but Jenna went. So that's Friday night. She uploaded the next night.
At 3:33 a.m.
Yeah.
That was probably some of the stuff that she was got pictures and was doing some editing at 5:30 to 6 or 5 to 6:30 in the morning.
This
morning
shit,
after the unalivings.
This shit is mind blowing.
The one I have actually has, I believe it actually has a picture
of them?
Of Dylan.
Wow. Oh, I thought you meant of the.
No, of Dylan, to show that it's actually like Dylan's post.
Wow.
It has a clearer picture than, because you can see looking at the little thumbprint that's her.
Here? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. At the thumbnail.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, Tiny Mama's she sent that to my chat like, I don't know, a month ago.
Wow.
So imagine they bring him in, they drop him right into the rug scene his first day he moves there at a pool party, and now he's in the scene and he's connected, but they put him a little further away from U of I, just enough to where they have a connection in Pullman. And then he gets connected to E, B, and D, who later on already have a plea arrangement, potentially become informants. And then this pipeline that's created through these college kids, he stumbles upon through E, B, and D. And then they risk having the whole thing shut down because Maddie wants to go and tell everyone what's going on, allegedly. So they have to come up with a plan. They have to come up with a plan to fix this situation.
Yep.
Wow. Well, the feds are already involved. If Maddie would have just waited.
Guys, this in itself is just it's crazy that this is all being scrubbed. It's maddening. I'm sorry, but again, there's the other thing in addition to like the bodies or whatever, like if that's how they were taken out under the tarps into the coroner truck, I can wrap my head around that. But the other part is, guys, if this was just a straightforward college town unaliving, why the most crazy gag orders and redactions and scrubbing of the internet than we've ever seen? Like this is crazy for that. If it's so straightforward and the state is so sure that they got their guy, it's also too odd how Bethany fought to testify in defense of Kohberger. What do you guys make of that?
I sent you those documents. Did you get those?
Yeah, I'll pull them up.
I was floored. Now, not only on top of that, they couldn't let the pipeline close down that fast because they still didn't have the middle guy, and that middle guy was just sentenced yesterday.
Yes. Was this the document, Phoenix?
No, I don't think so.
Also, I want to watch this video.
I also I want to see the 16-minute gap.
Well, how
you want to see the what?
I want to see the 16-minute gap because if you watch the Dateline episode, they clipped just when the car's coming in and out of the area. Well, they clip it going out at 3:40 and some seconds. It's not
Someone-
clipped again coming back in until 3:56.
Someone said the event took place at 3:39.
See, I think it was before 4 o'clock, but I also think that Xana and Ethan were possibly unalive before the rest of the girls got home.
I do too.
And that whoever it was hiding out in that room and got caught by Kaylee coming downstairs, catching them. That's where the somebody's here and the running up the stairs comes from. He unalives them, comes down. He hears the crying that Dylan says that she hears, goes over and says, "I'm here to help you." Unalives her and walks out.
Now you all are gonna shit when I tell you this. Someone sent me a picture of a white truck and people moving bodies in tarps.
I have that same one too. It was created by a Chat GPT. I have the original and when it was sent through Chat GPT. I have both of them.
Do you think that is possibly true?
Say that again.
And the kicker is Phoenix is the truck is white.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm wondering if it's true.
Yeah.
Say that again, Phoenix.
There is a picture that someone sent me, and it's floating around out there, that there are frat guys moving bodies in tarps on the white truck.
Oh, I've seen that. Do you have
Yeah, when it
that?
got
Can you
cleaned up.
email me it? If you can find it quick, if it's not.
No, I think it's on my other card. So
Okay, no worries.
I
I have
it's
seen
out
that,
there.
though.
So I'm wondering if it's actually true, because if so, then Xana and Ethan were long gone, and they were trying, like I said, to bring them back into the house, and Kaylee and Maddie found out.
I doubt it'll be on Google.
Because sometimes I think that Ethan was rugged at the frat party.
I
Because you
think
had
he
to have
was-
done something to incapacitate him.
I think he was, I don't know if I can say it here, but I think he was poisoned.
That too. Something to incapacitate him. I don't know about poison would take a little longer unless if you're using K. K would have actually
I'm
taken
thinking him
a little
out.
bit of time and would have
Right.
literally like made him so that his nerve almost like shocked his nerves to not be able to move.
But remember, the police were asking if anyone had seen him between 9 and 1:45.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do remember that.
They were missing, unaccounted for a while.
This was 22 hours ago. Jason Road dumpster rumor. I saw the below in the comments section a couple of days ago. The commenter has their full name and their handle, and on Facebook there's a profile with that name that lists Pullman, Washington is where they live. Has anyone seen this rumor?
The one throwing away the cleanup.
No, on it's Johnson Road dumpster rumor. It says I live in Pullman, Washington, and BK was seen on business cam putting bags into the dumpster after the unalivings on Johnson Road. When reported to the police, the dumpster had already been dumped. Police were rumored to be digging through a landfill. Someone said if that's true, that might be the evidence at the trial that they're talking about. Well, I will say too.
I had heard that before, that they had caught him on a surveillance camera at a dumpster.
And then
and the surveillance camera piece was floating around somewhere.
It was on the what's the name of that company? Freight,
the gas
Freight
station,
something? Or was it wasn't it something Freight? It was a business name, and it was security camera. What is the name of it, chat? It's like something Freight, Harbor Freight, right? Yeah, Harbor Freight footage. Did you guys remember hearing about that? That camera was going to be used?
I didn't hear that it was going to be used, but I do remember hearing that he was caught putting stuff in a dumpster, but I don't remember if it was before or after the incident either.
And this
I
person,
thought Harbor Freight is where you buy tools and electric and stuff like that, saws and
maybe
K bars.
Yeah, this comment says, I'm a skeptical person by nature, but something tells me this may hold weight. I've always wondered why law enforcement was so consistent in mentioning his stops at the coffee shop and Albertsons the morning after. I've also heard others say that they've seen the CCTV footage of something, quote unquote, incredibly damning and believe this may be it.
Well, Mama Tata said her cousin worked at the gas station and they interviewed her.
What'd she say?
I don't know. She didn't specify what she said, but she couldn't figure out why they questioned her. But the red Mustang that we think is at Linda Lane was also abandoned and was said to have been scrubbed with bleach. And they abandoned the car, and that is out there too. Who drove the red Mustang?
You sent me something about that.
Yeah, I've still gone down that rabbit hole because I don't know who actually owned the red Mustang.
Is that profile of Koberger on TikTok where it says it's the defense attorney speaking on behalf of him? Has anybody confirmed that that's true?
I think it's fake, but I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah. Wait, here's the audio.
A dog began to bark, as if something was wrong.
I can't stand Keith's voice.
Then
the thud was when they brought Ethan back, they dropped him on the floor. They dropped someone on the floor.
See, my only thing with that is I don't know that you would. I have a hard time with the thud being part of it, just for the simple fact is you are 50 feet away. That thud is going to have to be really loud to be able to be picked up 50 feet.
See,
and that's why I was saying about the Linda Lane. I don't know if you can hear that far away.
Well, from my understanding, Linda Lane is in where it sits at. It like the acoustics in that area. Outside of it, they travel pretty far.
It's an amphitheater.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has anybody ever considered like it's just a door slamming?
Could be.
That could be a door slamming really hard. The front door slamming.
Yeah,
when they
like
left.
a thicker exterior door slamming would make more of a thud than a slam like an interior door.
Or a truck door, a car door.
Or if like a sliding door would make a thud. I don't know.
What about a tailgate?
A tailgate?
A tailgate.
A tailgate.
Oh, there you go. You win. You win.
Yep. Good job. That would make a lot of sense. Let's go back and listen to that. I wonder if now that you just said that.
Especially if you believe the fact that they were loading them up in a truck with tarps. You got to put the tailgate up when you're done.
Yep.
Yep.
a dog began to bark, as if something was wrong. Then,
wait, I didn't even hear it.
A dog began to bark.
It sounds like metal. That did sound like metal right before the dog barks.
A dog began to bark. A dog began to bark.
Right before.
A dog began to bark.
Hear that?
A dog.
Things don't work out, you can all.
That's interesting.
There seems to be a lot of confusion about this K-bar they're going to have displayed. I don't believe that it's actually the Schmurder weapon. I think they're doing it
I think
for
it's a
jury
visual
reference.
aid.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a visual aid.
It's a visual.
If they have it, I don't even know. I would shit a golden brick.
What did they
but
dig
you
up
still
the
have
whole...
to, but even if they had it, you're still going to have to prove and link it to him.
True.
They would
How
be
are
able
you going to do that?
They would be able to test any residue, but
depending on where it was at,
Where
though.
was
I
it
mean, you
at?
figure if it got thrown in a landfill, are you really going to be able to test it?
no, Alpha Canyon, remember he said they buried it, but where did they bury it? Did they dig up the whole canal all the way from Pullman to where Lewiston?
Right. Right. Some of these comments, I mean, like what's tough is it seems like all these are just parroting the mainstream media, but sometimes you find some good stuff.
I don't even go to Reddit.
No.
No, it's not I mean, come on. It's just full of hearsay. There's really no meat and potatoes to it.
Yeah, sometimes it sparks my brain to connect stuff. Oh God. Let me
Now,
hide
see
this.
me, if I think in the mind of a murderer and what I would do with a weapon, I would not dispose the weapon anywhere within the vicinity of the crime scene. I would have possibly, if I'm traveling across country, I might dispose of it in one of my areas on that cross country drive that I make.
Yeah.
What if they hid it and then he took it with him on the way back to Pennsylvania?
That's what I'm saying. And then disposed of it on the way back to Pennsylvania. That's what I would do if I was going to be in that position. Gets it far enough away from the scene that it's nowhere where you're ever going to find it.
Or, like Bertie said a long time ago, they took it and melted it down.
That could be.
I can't. How is it possible there's so much shit that could have happened again in just a straightforward unaliving? That's mind-boggling to me.
Or they had somebody take it other than Koberger. They had any one of these other individuals take it and hide it, Boise, anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They had a plan for everything. One person did this, one person did that, one person did this, 3 people did that. How many people are involved here?
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta preheat the oven. Mrs. Birdie's requesting.
Okay. I mean,
I just got a text message from another person that's in a chat with me that he wonders if the assailant or even BK himself went and looked at the pokers that the dude with the green car makes, because he does pokers and sheaths.
Yeah, we talked about that a little while ago.
Could that be? Yeah, but if BK, because we know that BK started to supposedly look for another K bar starting in November. What if he had went to that guy's house and looked at his weapons and just touched it?
Well, allegedly, the reason his fingerprints were on the sheath, and this is all alleged, is that him and someone else were doing coke, and he opened the sheath and they used the knife. So that was a rumor out there that I found on the book face, and something that it came from his sister or in a letter or something of that nature. And that's all alleged. And then they used it to frame him because he was the only one that didn't have a deal with the authorities.
And not to mention the fact he would also strike as odd because he's an outsider coming from a different place.
Correct. No, they didn't use it to sniff. They used it to cut.
Even though I did find it rather interesting that I did some research on Moscow itself. I found it rather interesting to find out it was named Moscow, Idaho, after Moscow, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, isn't that wild?
Which is only literally like 35 minutes away from where BK lived, from Albrightsville. It's not far from Albrightsville at all.
Isn't that wild?
Yes, I thought that was pretty wow.
What did I miss?
We were talking about, I found out doing research into Moscow that Moscow, Idaho is named after because it resembled Moscow, Pennsylvania. And Moscow, Pennsylvania is like 35 minutes away from Albrightsville.
Where BK is from.
Where BK is from.
And how about this too? I did a video about this. This shit's weird.
Oh, the history of the professor. Yeah.
Yeah, the history of the college.
This shit is weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like weird. How?
Hey, they say we all have doppelgangers.
Yeah, I mean, I've done this before in the past. Actually, you know what I'll do? And then I'll go, this is crazy. Not just doppelgangers, freaking. Do you guys have doppelgangers? Has anybody met theirs?
No, but that's what they say we have, you know.
Do you guys, who do you guys think that I get told that I look like? It's the most random thing ever. I swear. And this is not like one of those things. There's 2 people.
See, now me, when I look at you, I think you look like Donnie Wahlberg.
Donnie Wahlberg?
Yeah. That's the one that's married to Jenny McCarthy, right?
Brad Pitt.
Is Donnie Wahlberg?
I have to chime in here a little bit because it's my friends that found that president of UI.
Yep.
they swear that that's Brian's great grandfather.
I wouldn't doubt it. That's why they sent him there.
That some of this ritual stuff has been going on 125 years, and there is bad blood all the way back to his great grandfather, which is why they came after him. So I did a lot of research on that particular UI president. He's buried in Indiana, not too far from Delphi, and where Brian and his father got pulled over twice.
Oh God!
And his research background, he's more of a biologist type, but he did a lot of seaweed research when he was in Florida.
Whoa.
And while he was in Florida, he ironically, the industrialization of bricks. Like back in those days, they had all masonry doing buildings, but they had a whole industrial brick making effort that got big. And he, as president of U of I, he may have betrayed the Masons. He may have said, "I'm not paying you all this money for handing."
That's wild. Bernie, that is wild.
Doesn't that make sense?
It does.
Yeah, vendettas.
Yeah, and it could go on. If you lost millions of dollars in the early 1900s, that's a lot of money in today's dollars, and especially land grant universities and contracts.
And there is no coincidences.
No, I mean, who would be angry about that for a century? You know? So that's why I think Brian is the patsy in their little ritual.
Because he was sent in there to take down the pipeline, and the university was so far embedded in it. Think about that.
That could be a motive.
Exactly. The motive is on a bigger scale, guys.
That's also the type of people that would go to the lengths to plan this out.
Yeah, higher ups, they'll go and get vendetta and use whatever resources they can.
I mean, dude, this shit is the craziest case I've ever seen in my life. It almost makes me think the whole thing's it's just a psyop completely. It's that wild.
Possible. Absolutely possible with the feds involved. I mean, think about that scale.
Yeah. I mean, who the hell knows? We're lied to about everything. What's like one event that you guys that you're like convinced is a psyop? Go ahead, Phoenix.
I wonder if Brad Little has any old cronies in Idaho that may have had something to do with Koberger's ancestors.
It's not far-fetched.
No, it's not. Because if this is an ancestral vendetta, then obviously there's rituals attached.
Hell yeah, there's rituals attached to it. That's like one of the things too, guys. Like these
to make them. Sorry.
Go ahead.
To make them known who it is. Checkmate.
Yes, and it's one of those things where it's like either you know or you don't know, and I try to keep that in mind that not everybody knows in these chats. But guys, I'm convinced. I'm convinced too that like the majority of people that don't know, they hear it and they think it's far-fetched, but it's so interesting how the dynamic completely flips. Like once you see it, you can't unsee it, and it's in everything. Like who is chosen to run these countries? Who is chosen to run these organizations? Who's leading these three-letter agencies? Like they're all connected. And then you think about, well, how do you get chosen? You have to like be in what you would deem like the club. Okay, like I don't think they're just going to give it to anybody who's just a hard worker and skilled that's not in the club. And then you start thinking about, well, what do you have to do to get in the club? Well, you got to do something to pretty much make sure that you're never going to flip on them again. Like I'm convinced this, not that this case does, but like look at Epstein. Epstein was working for whoever, and I swear if I just said that name and this gets cut, I will come back on. But I think he was purposefully put there and did all that to get blackmail on everybody. That's all. This is literally his only purpose. He wasn't some rich guy. It was a front.
Yes, we're seeing it. We're seeing it played out in Diddy. But you also, guys, if you know anything about these agencies, these three-letter agencies, You don't go to them. They come to you and they know everything on you first. And do you know what just came to my mind?
What's that?
Bill Gates and his history of his mother and the history of his ancestors. And if you start looking at different other famous people, they have some type of skeletons in their closets.
Yes. I've said, like, as a kid, you have this dream of like, oh, you're going to be X, Y, and Z. Like, they don't just let the general public really do that unless you're like selected that you can, like, unless you're like selected by these people. I'm convinced. It's like people call it the Illuminati. They call it whatever you want. They're never going to give up that control ever. I mean, dude, I'm even convinced you guys, I'm going to make myself sound effing nuts. Has anybody ever heard the whole John Benet Ramsey thing and Katy Perry? I guess I'll just start with that.
Yes.
That is the wildest shit that lines up that makes no sense. And I don't understand how that's even possible, but yet it's so more, it's like, I believe it. I believe they do that.
It's believable. But just like, and I'm going to tell you this, you're going to probably not freak out, but these 3-letter agencies, they went and they recruit college dropouts, college kids. And I swear Bill Gates was recruited in college. Mark was recruited in college. And look what he's running right now. The biggest social media company that works with the government.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have known, making hot or not out of college, the little app, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Some of you guys probably aren't old enough, but they had this little thing going around in college that you would rate people by the way they looked, hot or not. It was kind of like swipe left, swipe right. That's where, Tinder came from. And they were either hot or not.
Yeah. This is the theory in a nutshell, but it's that JonBenet Ramsey, the 6-year-old beauty queen whose mysterious unaliving in 96 captivated and horrified the nation, wasn't actually unalived. She was supposedly kidnapped or hidden away and then later re-emerged as pop star Katy Perry. This theory took root around 2014 to 2016. It gained traction on YouTube and fringe websites. I love that saying, fringe websites. Pretty much just not mainstream. So what's the evidence that supporters point to? Well, their physical resemblance. People compare childhood photos of JonBenet to younger images of Katy Perry and claim striking similarities in their eyes, eyebrows, and facial structure. The side-by-side is circulating as proof. The parents look similar. Now, you talk about this occult symbolism and Illuminati connections. That's why I thought of that just now. And Perry's rise to fame for her use of occult or Illuminati-esque imagery in music videos and performances, especially the Super Bowl halftime show, is cited as evidence she was chosen. Yes. The idea that JonBenet was a child of the elite, and after faking her unaliving, she was trained to become a pop star asset. The timing, JonBenet was unalived in 96. Katy Perry's started rising fame early to mid 2000s. The gap in public presence, it's explained by MK Ultra programming or age alignment. So who knows? Yeah. It's weird.
Both of her parents.
But those ages match up though?
It's close.
But that would make sense because Patsy was a beauty queen, pageant queen, fame, right? And her dad was military intelligence. He was obviously an officer. And that would make total sense and alignment, right? Oh my God, that's wild.
Yes. And for the MK Ultra aspect, let's just not forget the CIA admitted it's real. It's real. They dosed people with LSD. MK Ultra's real. So this stuff's all come out, and it's not like it's going to smack you in the face here, guys. You got to go look at it. These are declassified documents where they admit this shit. And I think that these people that they used to label like schizo, they probably were hearing voices it was just the feds. It wasn't their own brain. This shit's real.
That shit's crazy.
It's real. I can't. And guys, I've gone so deep down some rabbit holes where it's like, I even start to just question, like, what is reality? What is reality? I mean, I had Devil's Advocate on, and I was telling him, like, I've gone so deep down rabbit holes where I said, I think that both of the world wars were really just to erase the old world and all the technology. And then Devil's Advocate completely went up to me. He goes, I think we're all the same person.
That makes crazy sense. Now, can Can I tell you guys a story real quick? You're going to be blown away. Okay. This is factual. This is real. This happened to me. I was in college. Okay, mind you, I joined the military so that I could get away from home first of all, and that I could go and tour and see the world, which I did, all the Asia Pacific Rim. And then I got out and I went to college. I went to nursing school, and in one of my classes, I was told the assignment was to do ancient history art, and I chose the pyramids. Okay. Now, mind you, I grew up without my dad. I didn't meet my dad till I was 33. So I go and I pick a couple books and I start reading one book and I flip to the back and I think, holy shit, this is my dad. And so I text a picture. This is, early ages, on the little flip phone. I texted a picture to my mom and she says, I can't see it. This screen's so tiny. Send it to my email. So I emailed her. I said, Mom, is this my dad? And she said, oh my God, where did you get that picture? I said, it's on the back of the book on the pyramids. He wrote a book about the pyramids. And she says, what? She says, oh my God, he spent 20 years there. He was a professor. He was a Canadian resident. And he was actually one of the very few 100 Marines that were Canadian. When he got out, he went back, and I'm not proud of this because he confirmed what he did was wrong. When he was in Vietnam, he was a sniper on the front line. He got malaria. They put him in the hospital. When he got out of the hospital, they couldn't put him back on the front line. They put him in the post office. And he started one of the world's biggest poppy trading rug.
I've heard about this. Was this where they were putting it into the bodies?
In the entire world. And he came back, went to Mexico, hired a chemist from Berkeley, had all the connections in place. Now, I'm not proud of this. Had all these connections in place, came to my mom and said, I'm going to take you and me, and we're going to go down to Mexico, and we're going to live a life that you won't believe. And my mom said no. Whoa. She said, you go without me. I will never have my daughter be a part of this or nothing. Now, mind you, I flip over the book. I send it to my mom. I freak out. I email the author. And I said, I found your picture on the back of the book. I want to know if you are my dad. He emails me back and he apologizes, gives me his phone number. And the first thing he did was say, I'm sorry, I was never there for you. And he was not proud of what he did, but he helped take down one of the biggest organizations in the early 80s. And I will tell you, and to this day, my ex-husband, he was like watching me the whole entire time I was on the phone with him, the emails coming back and forth. And I said, how do I know that you are who you say you are? He asked me 3 questions. How was my uncle X, Y, and Z that were all in the military and all knew him?
Holy shit, Phoenix.
Intimate details about my life, my family's life, and my mom. And I was like, he passed away about 6 years later. He had liver cancer, because when you live that lifestyle, it's like, go, go, go. And so that is a true story, but he did. One of his fellow colleagues that actually helped him write this book is in England, well known, and they, talked, and he actually was the one that sent me a lot of pictures of my dad when I was growing up that I didn't have. But I will tell you, these agencies exist, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane. I was going to ask you, was that because I heard something about Vietnam where they were putting the rugs into the deceased soldiers' bodies, flying them back.
I don't know all the details, but that is a very big possibility, because it was undetected and they had control. Remember, there's a movie out there of the letters that were all backed up and this and that. Well, the reason the letters were all backed up allegedly was because they weren't shipping letters here. They were sending too much stuff back to the States.
That's crazy. But I feel like I've watched almost like a documentary about that exact thing.
Yeah, it's out there. It exists.
I know that it exists. There's probably shit that exists. Like, I've heard a theory that there's no such thing as a private conversation on this earth. Like, if they want to listen to you, they can listen to you from anywhere.
That was
Oh, for
one of
sure.
my other that was one of my other uncles that was in Vietnam, and he was recruited by a 3-letter agency, and that is what he did for his job.
That's
It's
such
wild.
a
It
crazy
exists.
story, Phoenix. That is unbelievable. I don't have anything that's even close to that to share. Mike or Purple People Eater, do you guys got something that's like kind of woke you up where you're like it happened in your life to you or somebody you knew?
No.
Not like that. That's
No, not like that.
insane.
No. I mean, now me and my brother, we have an aunt of ours who she was in the army for 23 years, retired, and does the same thing for the army as a civilian, but she can't tell us what it is. She goes off the grid for months and years at a time, and all she'll tell us is bad people need watched.
Yeah. I guess
And that's all we could say.
The only thing that I could say is that my father-in-law was MARSOC, and like my wife's dad and mom were never married. Her mom was in the Navy, her dad was MARSOC, and her mom told us a story about how when he was serving, one of the stories that he shared with her was like how they would wear other countries' uniforms and not like his eyes are like probably blacked out on Google. Like he's done some shit. And he was saying they'd wear other countries' like uniforms, like a mismatch. Like they'd wear like German issued boots or like British issued tops, and they would have nothing associated with the U.S. on them, which is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't have more details than that as far as like what they actually did, but I mean that's all I've ever heard, and so I believe it too. Like you can probably work your way up to the military where you get some sort of classified clearance. What do they call that? Security clearance?
Security clearance or SBI. Yeah, I had an SBI. But I'll tell you, someone just said that sounds like NATO, what you just described.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, he's a great dude, and you know, I could tell you on his last mission, he was one of 8 to live, and his teammates are all buried in Arlington. He's got a highway named after him, and he actually rucks like a half marathon every year still. He's a badass.
Wow.
So,
Mike, you got any story?
I'm sitting here. I'm just still speechless about yours.
It's all true. I've got his books, and the matter of fact, oh my God, oh shit, it just hit me. A matter of fact, he sent me all his data and the research because they studied the pyramids for over 20 years, and I could tell you some of the shit they found. It'll probably get me banned.
Well, they freaking go like how many kilometers deep? Like they're giant structures. They're even bigger than we thought. Guys, you cannot convince me that any theory that they say how those were built is right. And you also can't convince me that these buildings that are in all of the cities were built with horse and buggies and dirt roads. Do you know what blows my mind? We were talking about the bricks, or Mike brought up the bricks. Have you guys ever thought about how many bricks make these buildings up? How long does it take just to make these bricks? I look at it and I'm like, why did they use brick? Well, there's a reason. And it's like this hidden tech of like bricks can conduct energy. And if you believe in like the whole free energy stuff with like the ether and all of that, that's why they'd use it. But it's just crazy, like what the old world, like I'm almost convinced that there's no new technology. Like there's no new inventions.
Exactly. And like the inside of a pyramid is like the motherboard in a CPU unit. Absolutely laid out. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things that I could tell you, but he sent me all his research before he passed. He wrote a book with Howard Middleton. It's called The Giza Pyramids. And that's how I found him. Wild shit, true story.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Somebody asks, aren't you embarrassed? No, I'm not embarrassed because I have a brain. You should be embarrassed for that stupid comment. You go run along, you little NPC. Just scram.
Embarrassed of what? I mean, how many other people? I mean, it's wild. You know, you think, oh my God, this girl's making up a story. No, I've got my mom, my brother, my ex. Anyone can tell you the story. It's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy. Mike, were you going to share something, dude?
Nope. As a matter of fact, I want you to stay on for a little while, but I'm going to excuse myself. I'm getting tired and I got to recharge everything.
Okay.
I'll look for you tonight or tomorrow.
Yep. Usually the weekends I come on random. Weeknight, 7 p.m. Central. If you guys are just tuning in, As a reminder, I had to make a new YouTube channel. It's Birdie Bombshells, so please subscribe because the first one got nuked. But I upload all the lives to there.
I have to go run some errands. It's great seeing Purple People Eater. Thank you so much for your details. Thank you too, Phoenix.
You're welcome, Mike.
Thanks,
Birdie.
Mike.
Thanks, Mike. You rock, brother.
Mike, that was an awesome find.
That was.
Well, I've got a few more to blow you away in the next couple of days. We'll work on them.
I love it. Thanks, Mike.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Yep. So, okay. Let's get back to the Idaho case. So I got emailed again by Holistic Hippie some stuff, and it looks like, where did it go? Here we go. All right. So these are 911, or these are police reports. What are we looking at?
They're police call. They're police. Those are the police call logs. That looks like.
Yep. So
because there's some wild things that gets reported in the city of Moscow.
Yeah, but according to Alpha Kenny, Phoenix, it's the world's greatest place to live. There's no rugs. There's no corruption. There's nothing. He doesn't have any idea.
No, I'm talking like weird, reports of people digging in other people's yard in the middle of the night and bikes just miraculously showing up places. And I mean, they're just kind of really weird.
Yeah. Yeah. So this one is RP is getting multiple vulgar emails, one person pretending to be an FBI agent, another an assassin sending pictures of unalive people, making threats about unaliving RP, no report. This is
wow. The
RP.
one that I saw after the unalivings, by the way, there are a couple in there that they go to 1122 King Road after the unalivings, and there have been suspicious people and being threatened, and they're trying to, get some history on the case, but they're actually reporting the 1122 King Road.
Wow. Wow. So this is somebody commenting saying, I'm good friends with Dylan's ex. I had the opportunity to read some of the horrible messages that she sent him. After seeing what she said, I would never put unaliving past her. I want to know what's going to happen. And I feel like this would be such a staple case. Like, do you guys think that if it came out that it really was the roommates had involvement and that BK was just railroaded, like, let's just look through that lens. Would this ruin trial by media forever? Would it put an end to it? Because I
don't, because I think if the jury comes back and finds him not guilty, and even if there's evidence showing he's not guilty, the court of public opinion have already convicted him. It's not going to change anything.
And like I said, it could possibly be a jury nullification, if you know what that is.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm going to get attacked for this comment because I can't say my source, so take it as you'd like. But she was high on Molly that night. She didn't call the cops because she was afraid to get in trouble. She said she looked right at him. He had a mask on. She ran in her room, locked the door with the other roommate. She said she didn't comprehend that they were in danger. She was scared, though. That's why they waited till noon the next day. Still fearing to get in trouble. Sounds crazy. I don't buy that. Why couldn't she have still looked like that? Why did they have to hit the wall? What? Christy told GMA that when Kaylee was discovered, she was up against the wall in an upright sort of position, up in the corner slumped, adding that the bed where Gonzalez and Mogan's bodies were found, the entire room, you could barely open the door. Oh, geez. Wait, what is that? What is that? Is that someone in a ghillie suit?
Camouflage?
Wow. Yeah, that looks like camouflage. It says dark web commando with with night vision goggles. See, this is wow. All right, what is this? What does this say?
Is that a lab?
What?
Your dog?
No, it's a sorry, I thought you were.
Are you talking about my dog, Phoenix?
No, Birdie's.
No, she's a golden border mix.
Oh, she's cute.
Yeah, she's got a ton of energy, and she's smart. She's so smart. She knows when to be smart and when to not be smart. All right, let me download this one because I can't read it. It's too small. Thank you, Holistic Hippie, for sending me that. All right, these are early rumors. All right, I saw this on Facebook. Wanted to share via. It's at you have I on a live in case discussion. I often like to go back and read early rumors from locals in cases like these. I find there's often truth in them. Eventually gets twisted around into something else. I have kept screenshots of many and am sharing. They are gathered from various internet forums, including Reddit, web sleuths, as well as some from my own source who has 2 kids of his own who were close to this friend group. His posts are most of the ones in all white backgrounds, and I find them interesting. All right, so here it is. Letting y'all know this because I've been following this for a week. I've been brainstorming with a friend of Xana, and as of now, we believe that the unaliver was wearing all black and a mask. My source comes from Dylan, who she herself said she saw him quickly outside her basement window, and he didn't see her. She ran to Beth's room because she was scared, but I don't think she knew the severity. Multiple friends have also said that Kaylee had been stalked 5 weeks ago at Winco's, and that there may be footage there. And also Kaylee again got stalked while walking her dog Murphy. And then to top it all off, weeks ago, the sliding glass door at the house was found open. The unaliver seems to have treated this as a hunt. Everything I've found, I've forwarded to the tip line. If there's like any and all information that you want authorities to know, I've been piecing a timeline of events since Sunday. Initially, we did not know whose blood we saw leaking out of the house, but after much research, I'm sad to say it was most likely Ethan and Xana's blood. We know that they were fighting hard. I can't see what those words said. Fighting possibly Ethan too. Let's go back to these. So, a possible connection to the victims at Winco, where video surveillance for all female victims listed, along with financial records for Koberger. Why would victims being in the large supermarket car park be of interest? Other locations listed Joanne Fabric, Rite Aid. Those are next door and overlook the Winco car park.
But look at who they're requesting. Just those 3.
Yeah. Isn't that... Oh my God, dude.
They were at Winco at the same time, perhaps.
I'm telling you guys, it's going to blow people's minds. If they don't watch anything but the news, it's going to be cognitive dissonance on steroids. They're not going to know what to do. Like, have you guys thought through, like, think about, like, I've thought about some of the stuff that I'm like, I told my mom, I go, hey, Mom, did you hear that the JFK docs were declassified and that there was a Lee Harvey Oswald impersonator? That was the one that they saw in Cuba talking to all those officials. She lost her shit. She can't believe it because when you get told something for so long, you can't wrap your head around it. I feel like that's what's going to happen. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, I believe they're going to give us one story and we're going to be like, wait, but we saw this, this, and this. We talked about this, this, and this.
I think if you don't actually like be a full thinker in what you're actually being fed and realize that most of what you get fed is BS anyway, yeah, they're gonna.
I hope everybody in the chat that thinks like me, Phoenix, and Purple People Eater feel like they found their people, because I certainly feel like we've found ours in the chat, and it's refreshing. It is so refreshing to not be around. Like, that's what I was like. Run along, little NPCs. Scram. The people who think are here.
Now, Bertie, when I look at this document, if you can blow it up just a little bit, I want to explain something. When I look at this document, what I see.
Yep, I'll blow it up.
What I see in that financial document on the subpoenas, this is the subpoena document. What I see is at first they list Brian Koberger. Yep. Okay. You see that that's the first thing they list.
Yep, I'm blowing it up.
And then they already have the video of him being there. That's the AV video. That is the attachment within this document.
Uh-huh.
And then the attorneys have asked for financial records and the video surveillance for BF and DM because they don't have that. They want to know if they were there at the same time that Brian Koberger, they already have him on video. They want BF and DM on video. And they want the financial records, what was spent. Then they asked for, in that same sentence, because they blocked out BF and DM, then they asked for, obviously, the 3 girls they already have on video. AV means they have the video, audio visual. And then they asked for the hard drive of 4/5/23. Now, I don't know why that date would be 4/5 of 23, but something happened.
No, it says
on
hard drive provided on 4/5/23.
Provided on 4/20. Okay.
Yep.
So they already have the other ones of the 3 girls on audio video, but there's no date time in here. So I'm wondering if it was maybe 12 hours before this happened, the morning that this happened. I'm wondering why they want DM and BF's information now.
Could you? I'm not trying to laugh. I'm asking this seriously. Could you imagine if there's freaking video of them buying all of the stuff to commit the crime together?
I could be like, holy crap, corroborating if they're witnesses or they're actual something else. But yes, on that audio video, Brian Koberger was said to be allegedly with some Asian girl, and that's the Asian girl that Dateline sent that he stalked.
Now, for me, I think if they have video of them at Winco together, him and those 2 girls, that's just going to be telling in itself.
Oh my God!
Especially if they're engaging with each other, that is to me that is going to be so fucking telling.
Maybe he named her as the alternative perp.
Well, I have a thing about that. Okay,
Who do you think it is?
I don't know who it is, but where I have a question at is I remember watching Lana on Truth and Transparency, and she had talked about the possibility of Bethany and Dylan, both or one, could possibly become what is called a third-party perpetrator. Something about if they had deleted something off of their phones, only because in the Karen Reed trial, that's what happened to Jennifer McNabb. She searched something and then she deleted it, and then the defense tried to make her out to be a third-party perpetrator. Because Lana's wondering if they're going to possibly try to do that to Bethany and Dylan.
Yeah,
because we know that they deleted stuff and
we know that they've already released it. They've deleted stuff
right.
during this.
We just don't know what it was. But if it was anything to do with this crime,
but it looked like Dylan had erased more. I don't think Bethany did.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, one, both, I don't know, but could that be what Ann Taylor's doing?
Yeah, I don't think that's a stretch at all. I want to know, to that point, like the Asian girl that Dateline mentioned too, like if that's Koberger, it's just kind of odd. That's kind of like the first time that you really ever heard it put out there like that.
Well, remember, it's all hearsay unless that individual comes up there and says, well, he stalked me, he did this, he did that. It's all hearsay. So I don't know if Dateline twisted that narrative.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe stalking and you feel like he's stalking you when you went and stayed at his house. He, again, obviously was not that creepy to you if you went and spent the night at his house when you were scared.
And
kind of like the text message with the girl. You know what I mean? She gave him her phone. So how are you going to say he's creepy now?
Right?
He wasn't creepy enough for you not to give him your phone. I mean, if I find somebody creepy, I would either just say, no, I'm not giving you my phone number, or I'd give you some bogus number. I'm not going to give you my phone.
I mean, I think, too, that there's just a human element that people, they get told that Brian Koberger's this creep, but yet he's new in a town. He's new to a school. Like, so they tried to make it seem like he's hiking by himself. I mean, I travel a lot for work, I go on jogs all the time by myself. I go to places all the time by myself. If you're new, what would you do? You'd try to go to a pool party. You'd try to meet people. And these people, they just shit all over him. And if he is on the spectrum and they're saying he was just a lot, he was a lot. It's like, well, that also lines up. Part of me feels like I've said, that narrative around it, it's too cleanly built, if that makes sense. Like, it's too almost like it's just like a simpleton type narrative of like, well, he's a criminology student, he's a loner, he has absolutely no friends. Well, that's just not true. He's getting girls' numbers, he was hanging out with other people, he's putting himself into public, he's trying to meet friends. It's exactly what somebody who just transferred would probably do. So I think that while Dateline tried to solidify that narrative, I almost think that it almost woke a lot of people up to, he was using Instagram, so he's guilty. He was trying to
Yeah, but come on, Birdie. How many guys use Instagram and save girls' pictures? How many guys have corn in their phones? I mean, come on.
Amen.
I agree. I'm totally in agreement with that. I mean, dude.
So you guys are all guilty? What did you do? Right?
Yeah,
That's
dude.
it's all circumstantial. I mean, if I see a recipe I want, I screenshot it. Do I have corn in my phone? No.
Well, I can tell you that there'd be I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say it. It's just like it would be the worst thing ever to be in that position.
Or even the fact that you got on about the fact he searched Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
Any of us who are true crime people in this chat right now can say we probably have looked up Ted Bundy and probably way more than just one.
Yeah, and I spelled it right, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's another thing too, that it's like, if that's how he spelled it, okay, I get that. But if they didn't and it was just a producer messing it up, like, I swear to you guys, I promise you, or I guess not promise you, I should say, there's something that just tells me that the release of that Dateline episode had something to do with solidifying the narrative after that huge rug bust in Salem. We got to go back. We got to clean the narrative up. Nope, this is not related.
Yes, just like the car wasn't related, and just like something else wasn't related. We went through it last week.
Because this car, just to remind everybody, this car, which I believe there was multiple launchers. I think there was a green one. I think there was a white one. Phoenix has pointed out that the launchers they'll be used, but like this car, geez, I cannot believe how big this like master document has gotten over the lives. This car here, don't forget, this was found crashed in Salem, Oregon, and it looks a lot more like the one on the footage here. And we noticed there's a freaking handprint on this window, and it's on the inside. And then you go look at the handprint that was found on the window at King Road, and it looks very similar. I overlaid them here, by the way. These are the same damn hand. So it's like, how do we just ignore this? Because Salem, Oregon, you got all that stuff. I don't know.
And they say it wasn't connected, just like the Mustang wasn't connected. Although we hear the Mustang at the Linda Lane footage, we know it's a Mustang, and it may be red because of the colors that don't pick up on the CCTVs. And then you look at the actual Mustang that was abandoned and was said to be cleaned out with bleach.
Well, I also wonder too, what kind of car is the white car that the Moscow police have on Banfield? It's a white car that they have on the Banfield.
We found that out. It's shoot, is it a Fusion?
It's a hybrid.
Fusion hybrid?
Yeah.
Because I'm wondering if that's some of that white car that you keep seeing on these cameras, because he was traveling around the area.
There's so much freaking activity going on in non-uniformed people and non-uniformed cars, and it's unbelievable. It's very easy to see.
Koberger did not have a sunroof, correct?
Nor did he have tinted windows, folks. You can see it right here. This car was found, license plates tagged. A homeless person was sleeping in it, and they didn't investigate it for 8 days or something.
And someone who was in there, I don't know if that was broken intentionally, but it looks like maybe somebody's head had hit the window.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to look into this. This whole thing is, you can tell that this is tinted too, because you can see the tint layers when the glass is broken.
Or did they or did they purposefully break the window?
And make it look like a theft.
Make it look like
and make it look like it had been stolen and wrecked somewhere.
And that video that you and Sammy T Mafia were watching the other night where they think it was Koberger, his car and his plates are right next to the cop car.
Yeah. It's just crazy. And then I also
program?
What was that?
And I'm saying what program? It was he in a Pew program?
Oh, it was the College Hill Beat.
Yeah, but we still don't know what kind of program he was at or going to.
Right.
Weren't you in my program the other night? Maybe a undercover CIs or, it could have been any kind of program. But his car is right next to there. And of course, they don't arrest him because they know him.
Guys, yes. And as I'm going through this, it's kind of fun to look back at our past discussions. Does anybody think this could be Ethan?
Dude, I've been thinking that ever since
I've been thinking it. I can't.
And I wonder if Xana's the one that's got her head kind of tucked down. That's a little farther in front, and maybe the other two is Emily and Hunter.
Possible.
That's who I thought those four were.
And yeah, what is this photo?
I've thought that from like the first time I ever saw that video. I was like, is that Ethan?
Yeah.
And they were coming back from the dance or whatever from the frat.
I just can't. It's
because then it triggered me back to what Mike said when Mike said that they were all unalived at Linda Lane. You see them going into Linda Lane right there.
And the red Mustang is the one that had to park, and that's the one that they said was scrubbed with bleach, and they left it abandoned on the side of the road because it reeked of red stuff.
Well, see, I'm trying to figure out too. Like, if you look at the crime scene, if you look at the not the crime scene, but if you look at the news pictures of inside the house where they show the section of Maddie's room that they took out. Okay, if you actually look, everybody thinks that it's this huge piece of drywall that they took out. It's literally only the size of a freaking rectangular box.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no red stuff on the walls anywhere like around it that you can see. I couldn't see it when I zoomed into it.
I've also said too, this is, again, it's a year later that they did this. I mean, but it's like, I also just think it's weird that I get it could be cleaned up. I thought this was a camera too. That's why I have it circled there.
I was wondering if that's what you took out of the wall. Was it disguised as a thermostat?
Well, they were said to have had surveillance inside. They were said to have some type of surveillance inside. That was a rumor that had been going around a while. And guess who is the surveillance expert that was trying to start their own business?
Wait, what?
Was it a coincidence?
Oh, yeah.
Brian Koberger was said to have a side business of surveillance.
I just also find it odd. Like, I think it's weird too. Like, I get they clean it up, but like, if there's that much like biohazard stuff, like the construction guys are just walking around, no gloves on. They're just.
They said it was cleaned before it was demolished. Remember how they tried to get people to go in there and clean? Yeah. Well, they allowed them to clean up the crime scene. And I don't know if you guys have seen crime scenes. They are pretty gruesome. There's a couple of people on this app that they clean up crime scenes. It's pretty disgusting.
They didn't even clean up just the crime scene. They cleaned up the entire house because if you watch Deadpool's got pictures of when they're like investigating the house the morning of. And you see all the stuff on the counter, like you see like the carton of orange juice, and then you see another like half-gallon looking carton, and then he's got another picture that's later on, and the stools are up. That whole place is cleared off, and there's a black friggin' like box on one of the stands because he wonders if it was a jammer.
On the thing, and they had to have cleaned the whole entire house up. They cleaned everything out. Go to the left, Birdie. In the back parking lot, is that a white Elantra?
It's a Toyota Corolla. I thought that too. But do you want to know where you do see a green Elantra?
Is that morning when
are tearing down the house.
Yeah, he drove right by it.
Here, I guess I'll just pull it up for the raw footage. Idaho 4 house demolished. I don't know how many people have seen this. You want to talk about Koberger went back to the scene of the crime to get his sheath. Well, no, this person literally it's like a Facebook video. That's a good one of it. Let me see.
Well, see, the thing is in my research of doing this and looking back at the beginning, yes, he is pinged on a tower that surfaces Moscow that morning, but even they say in the documents, they don't believe he was there.
Right. And someone had commented that was DoorDash that morning trying to deliver the DoorDash that got lost because they kept looking for Queen Street on King, just like the cops.
So, okay, I want to show you guys this. Look at this.
It's weird. Yep.
There it is, everybody. And you want to know what I also think is weird? How one of the non-uniformed officers has a decently long conversation with this Elantra. And if you don't know, Truth and Transparency figured out that Elantra is that they have in the court documents is green. And I'll try to pull it up here. I have a post about it.
Trying to find a place to park.
Yes.
Well, right there too, where that Elantra's at on the video, that's the parking lot that you go if you go in front of the Queen Apartments, like go straight in front of the house, you can turn, and you can actually make a whole turn around, and it'll take you to the street that separates the King House and the Queen Apartments. But there's a parking lot right up at the top.
Right. And if you look at this,
so
it's almost like they're trying
waiting?
They're trying to come. Now watch, there's a cop or somebody, I believe it's a cop, comes and talks to him. And it's like, okay, so the car comes in from over here. So maybe it was parked up there. I don't know. Like you said, it could do a whole turnaround. But it's like they're clearly waiting, like they're not going to be allowed to go through. Now this gentleman approaches him here. And it just seems like a longer conversation than, hey, you can't go right now, or what are you trying to do, versus like, why even approach it and go and have a talk with them? This lasts quite some time for just having it be like the road's blocked off.
Yeah. I don't think the road was blocked off. I think he went up there intentionally. I mean, come on, think about it. Go in and see that now all of what you've done is being demolished and it'll never be able to be found out.
I think that they went
that's
up
the key
there,
piece of
turned
evidence
around.
right there.
I think they went up there, turned around and they were videoing. And turned around, and that's why that guy went over there, because he saw him turn around, and they just stayed there. The road is not closed.
No.
It's just so weird. So weird. That was an unbelievable find by Lana. Or the Truth and Transparency channel.
Oh, Lana's got a good channel. She really does.
That's what I've always said, guys.
I've watched her from the very beginning. Her and Grizzly, you had Grizzly True Crime on. I seen you were streaming some of her stuff. She's another really good one too.
Look at this.
Yep. Right in front of you.
Tinted windows and all. And then this video I put together where Dateline shows it. This is what I suspect is the green Elantra.
I think it might be too. And the lights bloom, but the lights don't bloom that much. I think they put like some dots over it.
Yeah. I've even thought, like, are the Elantras what these, again, I don't know. I have so many things going through my head as far as like, what's the angle that I'm going to be looking at it for when I say this next thing. And it's like, is this like, were all the undercover cars in Elantras? You know what I'm saying? Is that why so many Elantras are on camera?
Well, that's what I thought, because didn't he say that they went to a hybrid looking kind of car that kind of looks like that?
Yes. But didn't they also, isn't this that Noah Rice's dude car, or am I wrong?
I believe someone says it is, allegedly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I was just sitting here thinking of the Dateline since you were looking at it?
Yep.
If you track the ins and outs of the car, do you know what you never see in any of those ins and outs?
What
The
do you?
actual DoorDash driver.
Yeah.
Right?
You don't, and he would have been involved in those times that they do the in and out of it coming and leaving. Why do we never see the DoorDash driver being part of that? You would think they would want us to see the DoorDash driver so that we could say, okay, these are two different cars. Because a lot of people have speculated that that car is the DoorDash driver, like Phoenix said, trying to find the address.
But what was
Because
the
if you
DoorDash
look
they
up,
ordered?
I don't know.
It was
Exactly. They
well,
never tell us. They just say
No.
DoorDash.
Right.
I heard a
Just
rumor
like
it was Jack in the Box.
Well,
They're
just
not
like
open.
Yeah, they're not
Who-
open that late.
Who else could it possibly be unless it was a made up story that, oh no, she was alive because she was DoorDash? We've never seen the DoorDash driver in any of the documents other than referenced. What was the DoorDash?
And you can hear everything else on Linda Lane. You don't hear. Do you hear a car pull up or see something cross at 412 for DoorDash?
No, not that I've seen or
Not
heard.
that I've seen either. They're on any of the footage, like to Purple People Eater's point.
Yeah, you don't ever see. And I would think that law enforcement would want to make a point for us to see that so that at least we would squash that side of what we think.
And then
Because I went into Google the other day, and if you put in 1122 King Road, when I put it in, it didn't take me to the empty lot. It took me over. But if you put in 1122 Queen Road, it takes you right to the empty lot.
It was switched.
And I will die on that hill.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I just did it yesterday. That's why I'm like, this isn't right. Like,
that's from the day one when they said King Road. I'm like, that is Queen Road. The door faces Queen. There's Queen Road apartments. That is a road right there.
Yep.
What is the deal? The other house on the other side at 1112 is King Road because that door faces that way. But why are all the confusion? Is it because they can report misinformation? I mean, why is the whole thing on the road?
Or
King is a dead end.
Well, or is it because I know that house has been remodeled numerous times. Was it remodeled to open up what is now that basement level, and maybe that basement level didn't technically exist before?
Well, I do know
And in the remodel, you dug it. You know what I mean? You dug it out and made it a whole nother level. And maybe it used to actually come up on the side of King Road instead.
Yeah, and from my research, I think it was switched for about 5 to 7 years. 7-ish, 7-8 years probably actually is more accurate as far as when that switch happened from what my memory is telling me. But I do know that there is also just like city guidelines can change. For example, up north at our cabin, the lake used to be considered the front yard, and now it's considered the backyard. Which I know is just a little detail, but you think about regulations like you can't have certain, like you can't have a sub pump or septic tanks in the front yard in this town, but you can have them in the backyard. So then it's like, well, do you get grandfathered in or not? So there's a bunch of weird shit that happens with why a renaming could happen.
Because I've been trying for the life of me to try to find the actual original blueprints, because there are original blueprints on file somewhere that shows you which way that house sit from the beginning.
Yes. And Potsy McPotts asked, do we know the property manager? We had the son of the property manager on our freaking live randomly. Doesn't follow me, never watched it, and came in and just absolutely, it was the weirdest shit ever.
That same night, I had a girl come into my live after I went on after you, and she said that she was from the U of I and knew Ethan and Xana and had said goodbye to Ethan and Xana at 1:45 the night of the unaliving.
Dude,
I asked her, I said, did you see Bethany? And she said, no, I don't remember seeing Bethany there.
Dude, there is a like CIA level PR team around this case. I'm convinced that I think that there's like agencies that are paying creators to push narratives. I think that it's just, it's so deep. And this is clearly, I mean, this case is on the list of like suppressed topics for TikTok, which is wild. It's the most popular case going on right now. It's the most talked about. That and Karen Reed. Karen Reed's not suppressed.
Nope.
There's another Operation Fortune Runner. Look up that one.
Well, not only that, but did you know, Birdie, that Lana had done 2 back-to-back days of episodes of talking about Brent Kilpatrick? Not anything to do with Idaho, just the whole screw-up investigation on that side.
Well, good.
Both of them.
Did she find the PCA?
Both of them got taken down within hours of being posted.
Did she find the PCA in Washington?
I do not believe so. She did have body cam for the second day that she did it. She did body cam footage. And it's very weird because in the body cam footage, they didn't know where they were going. They didn't know who they were looking for. The guy who supposedly was supposed to have been the one that made the call filed a FOIA to find out who made the call. And they had an officer there that she was right by the scene, so she responded. I took it as they didn't want her there because they kept trying to send her somewhere else, away from where they were with Kopaka. They kept telling her, like, they made her go get shields. They told her to go take somebody downstairs to the car. They told her to go interview somebody else, to the point where right after that, she went and hired a lawyer.
Is that
cop went and hired a lawyer?
Well, there's a lawsuit on file under Wilson.
Holy shit.
What?
That's crazy what she just said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I seen that video, and I went to talk about, I got online, and I had just got done watching it, and literally by the time I got on live, and other people came in and were like, oh yeah, they seen it, and others went to go look for it, it was scrubbed and done.
Wow.
And gone. Both days were. Because I'm like, what the heck, man? Even the first episode she did, like with the green car, it got scrubbed off.
Didn't I tell you that
deleted it?
Kopaka is a protected individual?
Yep. And I've also said too, that whole story doesn't make any sense too. Like
yeah, let's talk about.
Dude, let me tell you the weird thing is what, because I watched that video of Lana's in the body cam. When they went into that apartment, the apartment was empty.
Like nobody lived there empty, or like nobody else was home?
Empty, like empty, like nobody lived there. Like there was no furniture in the living room, no couch, no chairs, no nothing.
Like it was a setup
empty.
Movie
Like
scene?
it was empty.
Like a movie scene empty?
Yes, like it was empty, yeah.
Like an operation empty?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because it struck me as odd that it was empty. That you didn't have anything in there at all.
I just go back to
okay,
witness.
so I had a lead that said someone had said Kopaka was alive and well in Iowa. I don't know how accurate or true that is. That is alleged, but he was part of the operation.
Guys, I'm telling you, this just reeks of Witsack. It does.
Well, not only that, but the officer who was involved in the Kopaka situation is also the officer who turned over the information of Koberger's car to Moscow.
Interesting.
And so if Kopaka was a CI or an operative that got burned, they had to extract him to protect him. Would they insert a patsy or a fall guy? Yes, they would.
Yes.
Yep.
And people,
and I've heard that.
Yes, and I've done a whole presentation on it, on what are signs of a staged removal. Let's go through this, and it's interesting because it checks every box. Where is it? Here we go.
Because I've also heard that Brian was supposed to be the one that was supposed to go up and clean up, and because he refused to, that's why he is. They
threw him under the bus.
They threw him under the bus for the whole thing.
Let's look at this. Okay, you got no social security, death index, or death record. Guys, also too, people are like, oh, it's an Idaho law. I understand that. You look at Idaho, you look at Montana, those are like WITSEC hotbeds. And you're not just going to have witness protection people scattered randomly around. You're going to try to have, you don't talk about when you're in WITSEC. You literally live a new life. Like the old you is dead. It's dead. Nobody knows. There's times where even family members aren't told that you're in it. Okay? That's very real. The feds can legally stage a violent event to protect you. They have that clearance. And so when people go, well, Idaho has a law that you can't get access to the death records for 50 years. Part of me is like, well, does the state have the law because that state gets federal funding to house the WITSEC people? Maybe. I don't know. It's not the craziest theory. And then you start looking at, there's so much shit, guys. I've gone so deep on this. Okay. These are the three things they can do. When a CI is burned or an op needs to go dark, the feds can legally stage a violent event, create a high emotional public story, and relocate the target under new IDs. So I've gone so deep where there's no SSDI for any of the 4 victims. And I've even found possible aliases down the archive rabbit holes, guys, where there's 84% facial recognition match for Kaylee, 91% voice match for Maddie, 88% facial recognition for Xana, and then Ethan is now Eric Chapman. His Venmo account, it's insane. All 4 of the families sold their properties to private buyers within trust where they have federal mailing forwarding traces. Okay, there's no sale records. And you start to question, did anybody even die? I start to think, I thought this dude's been a Fed since day one or working with him. So it's like when a crime has no uncensored photos, no forensic leaks, no raw witness testimony. What?
Oh my God.
Is that
you
why
just said it.
Is that why he's going to Dallas?
You just said go back. When you just said that, they moved to Moscow. What did he say they moved to Moscow? Because he thought it was a safe place.
Yes. Guys,
he relocated his whole family to Moscow from where?
Well, no, he didn't. They didn't. The Gonzalez's didn't live in Moscow. They lived in Coeur d'Alene.
Washington.
Originally.
They lived in Washington.
Yeah,
he was born and raised in Washington. Mm-hmm. He moved his family from that area and parts of California to be safe.
Yeah.
And they were hopefully in a safe place.
Yes.
In the middle of nowhere.
Yes. An hour. Christy and the girls were the first to go.
An hour and a half away from where he works, which I always thought was a cover.
Yes. And I've always said, too, something tells me that he's involved or briefed, and everyone's like, why is he leaking the gag order? He's a prosecution's nightmare. He can, because also you look at the words and the languages that he's used. I've said this. He says, what grieving father 2 or 3 weeks after the daughter's unalived or weeks leading up to Supreme Court trial of the guy who unalived his daughter would say chain of custody, timeline conflicts, investigative integrity. I've always said that's not civilian talk. That's not.
No. Mm-mm.
I wonder if he turned on his family and his brother with the big crypto stuff going on, and they found him because he didn't ignore his firstborn daughter. He couldn't talk to her.
Well, if you notice too, in the interview that they gave with Christy, they're going to Waco.
Yeah.
They're moving to Puerto Rico, where Jack already has an address.
Well, and they're going to Waco because that's where Aubrey is going to college at, is in Waco.
Yeah. So
because Aubrey wants out of Idaho. She doesn't want anything to do with Idaho.
So that's where it just kind of leads me to this last sentence here. And it's like, when a crime has no uncensored photo, no forensic leaks, no raw witness testimony, you don't have a case, you have a story. And it's just crazy.
I'm trying to figure out what the connection is because Nikki just brought it up. I had seen on another one that she was going to work for a place called Echo Shield.
Who?
Kaylee.
Well, let's look at this. I actually have this.
Yes, they do, Pink Nikki. They have a location in Puerto Rico, allegedly.
Yes, and they're a pest control. It's supposed to be like a pest control kind of a company.
Dude, it's so. I think it all could also tie back.
And their people like take lavish vacations. They drive lavish cars. They take in a lot of the frat guys after.
And they have to have a lot of money before they go because they're not going to be able to work. Which would be the GoFundMes.
Or also, is that company just a cover for people that were informants that were used in this case? And that's why they use the frats as the informants. They're low level to report, and then they have to be protected. So they put them underneath that cover.
You can't get a whole lot of information about that place.
Right.
Possibly.
Yeah. So.
And this is all entertainment for education.
And it's actually supposedly, the whole company was opened up by a former Sigma Chi.
Yeah. So, all right. I've been going for almost 5 hours here, chat. Please, please, please. I had to get a new YouTube channel. It's Birdie Bombshells or Birdie. Go subscribe. I upload all the lives when I get done the following day by noon. It takes forever to download when I do long ones like this. Saturdays and Sundays I go on randomly. Weeknights, 7 p.m. Central. I had one last thing to say, and then I'll let Phoenix and Purple People Eater give where you guys can find their stuff. But if you guys go to the YouTube and you guys subscribe, and I'm asking the chat, would you guys like me? I only upload the lives. Would you like me to do where I'm just filming myself? And I know the lives are fun to interact with, but would you also like a reference video where I just go through and I just quick walk through these in like a 15, 25-minute video, so that if you just wanted to reference that, you don't got to sit through the 3 hours? Would that be okay? That would be helpful, it sounds like. Okay, so I will start chipping away at those. I have stuff on the ritual. I have stuff on the Witsack. I have a lot of stuff where I've gone deep. Obviously, the majority of this stuff has been live digs, which Phoenix and I have found, and I'm sure Purple People Eater, you would agree, it's the best way to do it so that people can see the process. We call our chat the Hive Mind, and you guys rock. The YouTube is Birdie Bomb Shells. It's plural, or Birdie. It'll pop up for someone that just asked. I am celebrating my 31st birthday tonight, and
happy birthday!
Yes, and tomorrow night, guys, my book, The Tall Poppy, it's going to be an ebook on Amazon, and it's all about on why you should not live your life at 70% and be worried about people judging you, and you should just do what you love to do and not worry about making other people feel, more secure by not living your potential. That'll be available. I went into it before. I don't have to go all the way down it, but pretty much I lost my dad to cancer 7 years ago, and I just think about, he was almost 53, and I just think about, like, if he knew at what the age I am now, life's halfway over, would you do stuff differently, and would you not be worried about what people think about what you're doing? Hence, that's why I think I come on here, I do these streams, and it's just, you can apply it to everything. It's not about my story or that. It's just a general thing about believe in yourself and going for it. So anyways, that's my little tangent. I'll let everybody know when that's up tomorrow. And also, the last thing, Phoenix, I have gotten, since I've given out my email, birdiebombshell00@gmail, that one's not plural. Please email me if you want stuff to be put on the live. That's important. But also, I've gotten 4 or 5 emails now about people who tell you and me, Phoenix, that how much they look forward to tuning into these lives, because they're either in an area where they don't feel like they have like-minded people, or they have some sort of job, and it's been like their release to just kind of get in the chat and have the community. So I've never expected anything like that, but it is unbelievable, and I look forward to them as well, and I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. So
I had about 30 messages last night. Where's Birdie? Oh my God, where's Birdie? I don't know, but I'm sure he's spending quality time with his beautiful family. And I went live for about an hour and gave a rundown of everything that I found. But yeah, we missed you last night big time. And it's become part of some people's, they don't watch TV, they watch here. And I think we should do something together if you're interested.
Yeah, I would love to.
But I totally missed you last night, so I went live, like I said, had some great stuff. Your chat was amazing. My peeps were amazing. Love you. And you know what? I think that this case just opens your eyes to the possibility. When you look at another case, you're thinking, oh my God, just like the kid trafficking case of the missing Sebastian Rogers in Tennessee. So I'll leave it there until we see you again.
Yep. So tomorrow, I don't know what time I'll be on. Thank you, Phoenix. But again, Monday through Friday. Fridays are always kind of iffy depending on what the wifey and I have going on. But at least Monday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central. And Purple People Eater, do you have a YouTube, or do you have anything that you want to put out there?
I don't have a YouTube, but I do usually go live Sunday through Thursdays after you get done.
Okay.
And you can catch me anytime after you get done, and I'm on sometimes till 7, 8, 9 o'clock the next morning.
Love it.
If the chat's going good, I don't shut down. I just keep going.
And it is pretty remarkable
and
too.
Thank you, Phoenix.
Yes, Purple People Eater, you are great. I'm glad that I think it was Desiree that introduced us.
Desiree.
Kind of. So shout out to her for that. And guys, I also, it's unbelievable to me too. This you never hear me talk about it because that's not the reason I'm doing it. But the fact that on TikTok, I'm almost up to 100,000 followers in less than 90 days for talking about this and speaking my mind. When I get to that number, I'm going to do a giveaway of what my company is, which is Birdie Bomb. So if you're a golfer, I'm going to do a pretty big giveaway for that to celebrate. So Yeah, that's incredible. And thank you guys all for the support. The new YouTube is Birdie Bomb Shells. And with that, chat, I hope everybody has an absolute blast or a relaxing Saturday night, depending on what your vibe is. But thank you guys all so much. And yes, the Hive Mind is gang gang. Love that.
I love that. You're gonna have an opening with that.
I like it where I'm seeing some of them are saying that they go to sleep listening to me and then they wake up and I'm still going.
Yes.
I love it. I've seen your lives. I love you guys. You guys are rocking hard. Yep. And I think collaborative minds will find the answer.
I totally agree. And like I said, I had a moment of weakness the other day. And I was like, why do I really think I'm going to figure this out? Like people they'll leave mean comments. And then I was like, I snapped out of it. And I'm like, yes, I do think we're going to figure this shit out. And
did you guys notice Heart Lady was still back in the courtroom the other day?
No.
The famous lady who was doing the heart. She was in the courtroom last week too, during the last hearing.
Yes.
They just put her back. They just put her back farther this time.
So was Brent Payne. Did you see him there in court?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He was in court.
And okay, so real quick, last thing too. People have asked me about a Discord. I had somebody reach out that's going to help me get one set up. I've never used it. I don't know shit about it, but I'm going to try. It seems like there's a request for that, so I'll do my best for that. But anyways, I got to get off. I got to run. I hope that everybody has an awesome weekend. Thanks for tuning in, and I will talk to you guys soon.
Yep. Have a good one. Thanks.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Yep. Bye.
Enjoy your Danish cake.
I will. Oh, I'm going to go hard on it.
Okay, bye. Take a picture.
I will. Bye-bye.